start this recording. Okay. Hopefully we'll hear back from Alex soon, but in the meantime, welcome back everyone. When last we saw the Trollskull 6, they finished their traversal of the Silver Wastes. They briefly interacted with a camp of Skrit, who kind of helped them rest and resupply, and then showed them on their way. You had discovered a significantly sized tunnel that would provide both safe passage and a bit of concealment for the Pact forces when they caught up with you eventually. And at the end of that tunnel, the exit of the narrow sort of canyon valley that you'd been traveling through, blocked by a wall of massive thorny growths. You entered and found some of Mordremoth's minions. Plant-like creatures with a variety of distasteful abilities and strengths. You made pretty short work of them, and then discovered that deeper still within this nest of thorns, a massive creature, the Mordrem Vinewrath, lie in wait, shepherded, in a way, by a transformed Fowlin, much to the dismay of Kaith, who accompanied you. Combat continued, and you were triumphant. You destroyed the Mordrem Vinewrath, and with a sidelong glance of her sword, Brina struck the killing blow on Fowlin, putting an end to the leader of the once powerful and dangerous threat of the Nightmare Court. As you began to sort of make sense of the scene and dispose of some of the remains, much of the viney growth withered and crumbled away before your eyes, leaving a mostly empty valley with several tall stone pillars sort of scattered about through this low, very shallow running stream. But fortunately, once your view was unobstructed, you discovered a wider, flatter area that seemed to be some kind of ancient ruin, long crumbled into dust with no real identifying marks. But at the mouth of this canyon, this seems to be an excellent location to establish a sort of base camp or a base of operations for the Pact's imminent incursion into the Maguuma jungle, which lies beyond. I believe Alexa sent a message to Marshal Traherne, who indicated he was a couple of days behind, but that he was on your trail following the chalk markings that Kaith and your party had been leaving. So we pick up tonight. You guys have, we'll say you've long rested, so you can go ahead and punch that button if you haven't already. Setting up camp for the night. Everyone kind of somber. Kaith certainly, very silent and introspective, sort of sitting off to herself at the edge of the firelight. If there's anything anyone would like to do during the night's camp, feel free to pipe up and say so. Otherwise, we'll just assume you all got a safe long rest. Nothing else untoward happens.
Is this the evening of, like, the
Yeah, this
battle?
is the evening after you killed the Vinewrath.
Okay. Petrie would like to go sit down next to Kaith.
Okay. Yeah, she's on the outskirts of the firelight, but still, like, within visual range of the group, kind of sitting off a little by herself. Easy enough to plop down next to her.
Is it okay if I sit?
She kind of turns. She doesn't really like turn to face you, but she tilts her head in your direction and just nods quietly.
I can't imagine that today has been easy for you. I'm very sorry about Fallon.
Thank you.
Is there anything I can do? Anything you need?
She kind of, in an oddly, for Kaith, in an oddly vulnerable pose, she sort of pulls her knees up to her chest and wraps her arms around them. She kind of like leans against a small boulder on the ground, kind of sitting in the loose sort of sandy grit that kind of covers the stone here. She bends her head down, kind of like tucks her nose between her knees for a moment. You can see her staring into the sort of half light in front of her. She goes quiet for a couple of seconds, and then you just hear, not really whispered, but in a low tone, she just says, "No, I think I'll reflect on what's happened here. My memories of Fallon. And on the conversation that must be had with the Pale Mother when I return home. But thank you."
Shit. I just forgot what she was gonna ask. Dang it. Well, it's gone. It was there. It was some question of like, oh, do you, you know, you're not under no obligation to stay and keep going with us if you don't want to. I know that you might feel that, you know, because you're part of the Pact and, you know, we have our job to do, but this was part of that job, and it's also taken a very personal toll on you, and I don't think anyone would blame you or hold it against you if you needed to return back to the Grove or to Lion's Arch or somewhere else and and rest.
Hang on a sec. Okay. So Kitri was saying that Kaith did not need to stay with them if she needed to go home for mental health.
Pretty much. Just, you know, don't push yourself too hard. And we got this.
She takes a long moment of silence, but even as she does so, she sort of reaches one hand out without even looking at you, and sort of rests her hand on yours. She's quiet for a little bit, and then she says, "You've no idea how much I appreciate that. For so long, Destiny's Edge was the only real place people could turn to for help with situations like this. The others and I, we didn't join the Pact officially. We thought our strengths and abilities would best be served guarding the home front. We had our chance to face an Elder Dragon, and we lost one of our members. We're all right now, but our group never really was the same after that. I'll need to talk to Traherne when he arrives. Always best when the firstborn take counsel with one another. But I may take your advice. I may return to the Grove. We shall see. But again, thank you."
You're welcome. And if you ever need to talk or anything, I'm here.
She kind of nods quietly, releases your hand.
I'll give her, like, before I leave, I'll do the little, like, hand squeezy thing that people do, like the comforting hand squeeze.
Mm-hmm. I know exactly what you mean. And
All
she
right.
squeezes back in reciprocation.
No, but then it turns to, I'm kidding. Just keep squeezing. No, that's it. She's good.
A moment of friendship and understanding. Is there anything else that anyone else would like to do this evening, now that you have slain the Vine Wrath and made camp? Right. I need to take a measurement real fast. See if that'll work. All right, Kala. You sitting around the fire suddenly kind of feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up a little bit. Look around. Get this sensation that you're being watched. But this is familiar to you. You've worked with Kolinar long enough that you this might come, I may have to retcon this later, but you get the sense that he is, or that someone is trying to scry on you. So I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, but you can choose to fail it. You're not sure if it's Kolinar or not.
Yeah, I have no idea, like, if it's somebody in the Pact or...
Yeah, they don't announce it, so...
I will walk away from the group a little bit and into the darkness, you know, away from the campfire, I think, and then choose to fail. Can I do that, or there's no time?
Yeah, there's no time.
All right.
It's just a split second. You get this sensation that the hairs on the back of your neck stand up.
All right. 16.
All right. So the feeling recedes, and you're not sure if anything's happened. Nothing changes around you. Do you do anything?
I think somebody's trying to watch us. Trying to watch me.
Are we like all Miss World together? I can pop see invisibility. I just turn on the eyes, see if there's any orbs around.
You do see a little glowing orb about 5 feet away from Kala. About 5 or 6 feet in the air, just hovering.
We have no idea who it comes from. But yeah, I'll point it out. It does seem like we have an extra set of eyes.
There be a reason that someone is, like, a friend is watching us?
I mean, it could be somebody from the Priory. I don't know who would just be watching me. Or not want to see us.
I won't retcon it, but for future reference, I thought I should check first. If you know they are casting the spell, you can fail it if you want to be observed. But they would have to let you know. So in the future, he will send you a sending first. But as you guys have this discussion, Alexa, you notice that the orb winks out of existence. And a heartbeat later, there is a slight puff on the ground as dust and loose stone is sort of swirled around in a small area about 10 feet away from Kala, well lit by the firelight. And Kolinar stands before you. It looks like he's not wearing his traveling robes. It's just like a normal set of robes that he wears around the house. And this is... What spell were you
Then,
using?
like-
See invisibility?
Yes.
It's been what, Mary?
I guess, do we gather that he is here physically, or is he just like projecting himself again?
You're not sure. It looks like he's standing right there before you. And he turns and kind of looks at each of you and waves. Sorry, I suppose I could have sent message first. Are you all right?
Yeah. Yeah, we're fine.
Excellent.
I don't think I want to eat a salad for a while.
I know, because of the.
Odd result from a desert journey.
A
Just
lot,
a lot
of
of plants.
living plants and corpse plants and plants that gave
Well,
birth to Savari corpses.
And the end
Yeah.
of the journey, like there was a good bit of the journey in the desert, and then we hit the plants, quite literally.
And learn that Brina doesn't really ask questions well.
I don't know. What?
But
Or you asked, what's her name, if she wanted to have a discussion, and then you killed her.
I asked her to have a discussion with. You
That's
know
true.
what? The past is in the past.
You did ask her a question and slit her throat.
Yes, this is she.
Anyways, alright.
it was a reasonable action.
Yeah.
To be
In
fair,
my
she was
opinion.
trying
No.
to kill us.
Anyways, hey Kolinar. I like your
Oh.
pajamas.
Oh, it's just my house robe. It's actually quite comfortable here.
Wait, are you here?
Are you really here, or is it the...
No, this is
Hmm.
just an illusion. Makes it easier for you to speak with me. Allows me a bit more time than a sending spell would normally offer.
So what's the reason for you dropping by, Colina? Just to check up, or did you have something that was pressing?
Well, it's been several days. I thought I'd check in. There was a bit of news I thought you'd like to hear. The delegation from the Order of Whispers and the Priory, together with several members of the Shining Blade that have taken ownership of the tower that you cleared out in Garanhof. They're doing fairly well. There was an injury, but nothing too serious. They've got some healers on it. Apparently there was some sort of odd elemental trapped inside a summoning circle up on the top level. By all accounts, it was rather strange. Something like a water elemental. Galatar, you probably have experience summoning those or working with them, I assume. But this one was... I suppose it was some sort of a remnant of an uncompleted ritual, or... They're still trying to determine what exactly happened. I think they actually have some theoretical mages from the College of Dynamics in Ratosum looking into this. Apparently some sort of interaction with the leftover bits of blood from Grizzly ritual has created a sort of hybrid water elemental but based with blood. I'm told it was quite disgusting.
I mean, fascinating, but yeah, also horrific.
Indeed. One of the novice mages didn't take the proper precautions, sort of got caught off guard, but they'll be alright, and now they'll know better.
That's true. At least they learned their lesson in a fairly safe way.
Indeed, it's why you should never do that sort of research alone. So, corpse plants, eh?
That birthed other corpses.
Yeah, it was like Silvari like corpses were coming out of like a large corpse plant. There were 2 of them, I think. They were quite tanky. They took a lot of hits.
I think you would have liked the talking mushrooms better.
Oh, those were pretty cool.
That was crazy. First time I felt happy in a while. That was a joke, but it was crazy.
Talking mushroom.
I do
There's
miss
a
Joy a
glowing
little.
cave back that way they live in.
Yeah, we didn't kill them, so you could still go meet them. You just have to choose to be Joy.
Probably be safe like this.
Mm.
You just don't want to breathe in there.
Well, I can only manifest this projection in places I've seen.
Mm.
But
Been
perhaps
here
someday.
before, this exact spot.
I've not been here. That's why I had to scry on color just now.
Oh,
I needed
Oh.
to see it with my own eyes in order to force the illusion to take form in exactly the location that I needed it to be.
oh, understood.
It's a advanced bit of magic, but it's handy. It's not particularly useful, and as he reaches down, he makes a gesture as though he's going to grab some of the stones on the ground, and his hand just passes right through them. But it allows for a much greater ability to communicate.
How long can you be here for? Forever?
I can concentrate on the spell for several hours. At some point I will
Sleepover?
have to rest, but
Little sleeper?
well, the moment I fall asleep, though, end concentration on the spell.
Yeah, but the sleepover's not about the sleeping. You know? You're the
I am-
pervert scrying, anyways. How are you?
He just like he starts to give you an odd look and then just like settles into it, like yeah, all right, yeah. So talking mushrooms, but these were not minions of the jungle dragon.
No.
I mean, I guess they could have been. We didn't really talk to them a great deal. They didn't seem to mention Mordremoth at all, so they just
They
wanted
weren't
to be Joy. We told them
really
we did not want to
dangerous.
be Joy. They looked at Colin and they told us we could leave.
Yeah.
Certainly seems non-typical of the dragon minions that we've studied, so that's probably a safe conclusion.
Yeah, non-typical of us. I mean, for once we met something and didn't kill it, so
Yeah. How interesting. Talking mushrooms that are not connected to the Elder Dragon. I do wonder. He kind of takes a couple of seconds meandering in his own thoughts before he realizes what he's doing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just musing about that. I'll have to make a note about that. Definitely something worth following up.
I don't know if it would give you a better idea or anything, but I believe that was also where one of the first Ovari passed away.
You don't say.
Yeah, it was I don't remember their name. I don't know if anybody else does, but it was a friend of Keith's.
A firstborn.
Yeah.
I
We
believe so,
don't
yeah.
know if it's
The
connected.
firstborn Win died there.
I'm sorry to hear that, Keitri. At this point, you guys see Keith just sort of like silently roll to one side and in one smooth, fluid motion stands up and steps out into the darkness away from the fire. Kolinar kind of looks over as she moves. Ah. My apologies. I could have been a bit more tactful about that, I suppose.
Just had a bad day.
How's she? Is she alright?
Or,
She's not hurt.
yeah.
Well, that's good. You all seem hale and hearty.
Mm.
Yeah, she's not hurting physically, but lot of things. I guess her first love.
Oh. Personal issues. Very well.
Yeah, I believe we kind of determined that Mordremoth seems to have been behind the Nightmare Court. So it also seems like perhaps, maybe he's played with some of her friends and tormented them and tricked them.
Well, that's something I'd never considered before. Of course, I've heard of the Nightmare Court, but I don't know much about them. Wicked, by all accounts, but as I recall, they started out as a sort of dissident movement. Not really something anyone paid much mind to, just malcontents, people of different mind than most other Sylvari, but never really showed up on the Lion Guard's radar, as far as I'm aware. At least I was never told to keep an eye out for them. They've never done any unsavory business in Lion's Arch, to my knowledge. Unfortunate to hear that they were manipulated by the jungle dragon. Although I suppose that makes sense. The grove is rather close to the Maguuma. It makes me wonder, could the Asura perhaps be under some sort of subtle manipulation? It was Mordremoth's sibling, Primordus, I believe, that drove your people, Alexa, from their deep homes originally.
It was.
I don't suppose you've heard of any nightmarish undercurrents there. We've all heard of the inquest, of course, but I don't believe they've had any sort of association with the jungle dragon specifically.
Yeah, not specifically. They did just test on sort of all of them. Any sort of dragon energy they could get a hold of. I don't know. That's a really good point, though, Colinar. An unsettling point, but that's a firm theory. If we were closer, you would think there would be some sort of longer generations of exposure.
Potentially. Although your people don't have as close a tie to the natural world around them. They are more industrial. Floating city of Ratasum, the magnificent architecture, all the various arcane devices, which are miraculous and wonderful. Not exactly growing roots, so to speak.
Very true.
Perhaps that's something to look into. Well, it seems you all have had a rather adventurous week. Learning all sorts of new things. This is why I check in. It never ceases to amaze me. I never tire of learning.
I learned that taking care of a simulacrum was really hard.
R.I.P.
It can be. He kind of looks around. Did you lose one?
Yeah.
Rightfully
Short-lived.
expensive. Did Brina say something?
Birdie pipes up and says, "All things considered, things could have been worse, but my feet are killing me." Yes, that's gonna be my Birdie voice for today. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for joining.
Very nice. Well, I suppose you're waiting now for the Pact forces to catch up? How far behind are they?
2 days,
2,
I
3,
think.
7, or 11.
Very well. I'll let the Inspector and Captain Magnus know. I see them from time to time. They've been curious. All the Lion Guard who remain behind are itching for any sort of news. Well, at least you're all safe. I'm happy to see it so. Unless there's anything you need to tell me, any messages you need me to pass along, I think I shall return home.
Oh, you and Kala can hang out like solo if you want. We'll just.
Yeah, we can go hang out over here. I was just thinking we should actually all, except for Kala, be
Like,
having
I can open a
conversation
whole
anyway.
demi-plane and we can just go in there.
That's a good call. Yeah, let's
Sort of
do that.
Turns to Kala. Was there something you needed to talk to me about?
Yeah, any big things you need to share, Paula?
We're
Not
not
in
gonna go find a
particular,
dragon.
but if you want more details about the mushrooms and stuff, I can tell you all about
I
that.
bet he wants more details about the mushrooms.
I
Yeah.
would love as much information as you'd care to share.
Hold on. He wants all of the information. We'll be in the Timmy plane. You crazy kids don't get up to too much. You know.
Just come let us
studying.
know whenever you're done. We'll just be working on some things.
He takes like 5 steps to the right and then sits down in the dirt.
Go sit next to him. Yeah, they're definitely gonna eavesdrop.
Absolutely fine. I am sitting at home in a comfortable chair. I've got all the time in the world.
I would just tell him about our trip so far, like I usually do. Fill him in on what happened and tell him about the mushrooms and the centaur village.
He sort of laments the fate of the centaurs, and he tells you, in case you weren't already aware, that historically the centaur people have always been kind of at odds with humanity as it's spread across the continent and sort of moved into their ancestral lands. Not all of them have come to violent conflict, but the tribes of the high steppes that used to be the Silverwood and other regions with different names, kind of thereabouts, there in the wildlands, they were typically peaceful tribes, and that one of those tribes is where Ventari was from, which kind of leads him into a general philosophic discussion about Ventari and how he met the human named Ronan, and the two of them set up the sort of safe haven in the wildlands called Ventari's Refuge that eventually became the Grove. Now, while not a subject matter expert, he does know a bit about Silvari history. And yeah, you can see, like, sometimes he tells you hang on a second, and the illusion just sort of like freezes, and then it blinks and he comes back and he says, like, sorry, I wanted to make a note of that. So like when he writes in his journal at home, he can't write, like, he can't manipulate the image.
Okay.
He has to kind of split his attention. So yeah, he takes notes on all of the stuff that you guys have seen and encountered in your journey so far. And eventually, when the conversation is finished, he stands up and bids you all good night, and then disappears.
Did you guys talk about mushrooms?
Yeah.
Did it talk about spores or
Talk about the spores you guys were breathing in. Got you all high.
Yeah, he was breathing in the spores, all right. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know enough about mushrooms to create another metaphor. Innuendo. So.
I didn't get the first one, so it's okay.
Sure you didn't, Kawa. Anyways, love that guy, Kolinar. Crazy. I'm going to bed. Brina pieces out. She's had a tiring day as well.
Did you guys set a watch tonight?
Yeah.
I can take a watch as well.
Without
I'll take the
needing,
watch as well then.
without really needing to roll, nothing comes to attack you in the night. I would say those of you who do stay on watch notice that the sky remains pretty clear. Occasionally, you do see shapes flying very high in the sky. You see like stars kind of wink out and then come back as flying animals overhead sort of obscure them momentarily, but they're too far off to make out what they are in the darkness. But eventually, even in this deep, steep-walled canyon, the light of dawn illuminates the morning sky, and while it stays kind of shaded and cool for quite some time, eventually, falling beams of sunlight illuminate the canyon floor, and you find yourselves in a bright, clear, kind of crisp morning, rapidly warming. So you've got 2 or 3 days, Traherne said, before the rest of the Pact forces are able to catch up. Is there anything specific you would like to do during that time?
Are there any like scouting we could do that we would find useful?
You could do all sorts of scouting, whether or not it's useful. You can't really tell till you do it, so.
But Tish.
Yeah.
Push indeed.
We'll let the dice tell that story.
Let the dice. I think that's what would be Rena's contribution, albeit her perception is not her strong suit.
Okay. So, you guys are on the top of a high cliff wall, and the jungle. As you kind of exit this canyon, it's a kind of a narrow passage, but as you move to the outer edge, there's a shelf of rock before you that kind of drops off pretty steep. But this stream that runs through your canyon kind of empties out of there, and you see that there's like a relatively smooth slope that goes down towards the edge of this jungle. And looking out from the top of these cliffs, it's just a sea of green, just solid green blanket, almost like an algae covered rock, just as far as you can see. The cliffs go to your left and right, north and south, pretty well as far as you can see. Off to the north, just to your right, in the distance, you can make out a raised ridgeline of mountains, but it's a pretty good ways off. You've got quite a bit, like several miles, between where you are and the downhill slope before it becomes full jungle. Like you see patches of trees and areas where like scrub and brush have started to grow, and it kind of gradually becomes jungle. But at some point there's like a cutoff, and there's just this wall of green, and the stream that you see just disappears into it. As you look out over this now in the early morning light, you can see like little patches of mist and almost cloud-like formations kind of wafting up into the air from the steamy jungle floor. How you would like to explore that is up to you. Which direction, how far, what it is you're looking for. You guys just tell me what it is you want to do.
I do want to do something. I do want to explore.
Okay.
I am going to explore in an alternate way, because I'm going to use Wish, and I will become ethereal.
The etherealness spell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you, much like the Mersat, the ancient Mersat, you slip beneath the skin of the world. You become invisible to all of your friends. You are, in effect, no longer there. It's not just that you're invisible. You kind of slide out of phase and step into the ethereal plane. So everything around you is sort of out of focus and blurry, kind of like torn at the edges, distorted a little bit, but you can see. It's probably like shades of gray, or at least very like desaturated. But you are able to do it with that spell. So what is it? I guess the spell itself lasts for 8 hours.
Yes.
Okay. And what is it your goal to explore?
I will. I mean, if we're there for a couple days, just slowly fan out. Pardon me. Sort of, explore just the immediate area. See if there's anything obvious that stands out, especially in the ethereal plane specifically. But then eventually, I'd probably like the second day work my way into the jungle and again see if there's anything that's obvious in the ethereal plane, just follow that, maybe try and get any sort of idea of where we want to go.
So, starting from the sort of camp area where you are, at the top of this cliff shelf, when you're in the ethereal, the first thing you notice is that as you feel your body sort of break the membrane between the realms, is that your vision clips off at about 60 feet. Everything becomes so blurred and distorted after that you can't see further. So you're kind of limited to the local area after you cast the spell. You discover very quickly that physical objects have very little effect on you, and that you can even will yourself to move up and down in addition to the normal left, right, back and forth. But doing so, it's almost like swimming. It takes an extra foot of movement for each foot you travel. So it limits your ability to see and travel, but you are impervious to harm from things in the prime. I would say, as a general piece of information for those of you who want to go scouting over this time period, going from the top of this cliff to the curtain of green that marks the border of the jungle takes about 4 hours of walking. It is a good hike down in there. You get the sense, like, as you travel down, like, you would not be able to see that jungle edge if you were on level flat ground with it. You can only really see it because you are so high above it.
Would that be as long if one were to fly, perhaps, with the same walking speed, but, flying?
If it's the same speed, yes. If you were to transform into something with a 60-foot flight speed, then you could make it in 2 hours.
Well, that's disappointing. What?
And if you guys want to take a day exploring, we could also just put up the mansion down there and just go down to the edge, put up the mansion, explore a little bit, take our rest, and then head back in the following morning.
We don't have like a plan, not like a plan, but we don't know where we're going from this point, do we? Are we trying to pick up any? Yeah. I don't know how feasible this would be, but if Brina would be able to fly, the winged boots only allow you to fly for 4 hours at a time, and it's at your speed. And I mean, I think they regain 2 hours of flying capability every 12 hours they aren't in use. Man, maybe she is a little flying too close to the sun. To be able to see if there's any break in the density of the jungle is the goal I was going for. It might not be able to be her who is doing the looking, but this might help.
Well, while on the first day, while Alexa is ethereal, kind of cut off from the rest of you and doing her exploration, what are the rest of you doing?
Does Alexa tell us she's going to scout?
Yes.
Okay.
I will, yes.
Okay.
It's a fair question.
It always is, especially with our group.
Just disappear and be gone. Then we spend like 8 hours looking for you.
Are we still near that, like the ruin?
Yes, you start the day there.
Oh, that's where we're camping at.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything really worth like poking around in the ruin itself, or is it really just like you could barely tell it's like that something was there before?
It is so crumbled. It's just really like a couple of corners and like the lines of foundation walls. There's nothing really in stonework that rises up about 3 feet high. That's about the highest thing you've got, and there are no markings. There aren't like chambers there or doors. I will say, if you want to spend a couple hours really thoroughly investigating it that first day, you would determine that there's no secret passages or anything left that's been unturned. It's really just a flat area that's easily defensible.
Okay. And I guess the only other thing she would want to spend the time doing would be, is there anything that like is left from like Fallon's sort of lair, like everything withered and died? Is there anything left of that? Any items or things of like they were staying here, or they just came to this place and somehow you ran into them? Like, I don't know. Bits and clues of like, why was this the place that they ran into Fallon?
I would say. So let's say that for the first day of this interim, if Kitri spends some time with, we'll say Kaith helps out. Looking around, you discover that there's not much to the ruins, but they were some sort of man-made structure. Looking around the remnants of the Vinewrath hideout, most of the really thick, like 5-foot diameter thorns have shriveled, and now they're like the thickness of like really thick rope, and most of them have kind of like crumbled and flaked away. You can see what looks almost like ash kind of sloughing off the edges, but there is a sort of central core that is just like a really dry, desiccated, withered plant. But it's like this big around. There are a couple of places where some of the larger thorns had like broken off of those, and they too are sort of brittle and dry now. But you see that there are large thorns. They do indeed look like planty thorns. You don't see any signs of like what you would consider supplies or food, rations, clean water, like no containers or sacks or crates. Most of the creatures, the shambling mounds, the giant flowery floating monster, and even the more humanoid creature, most of their physical forms have shriveled and withered to where they just look like a clump of like dry seaweed. The exception of the humanoid looking one. It has shriveled up to where it kind of looks like a mummified human. Everything is just like drawn really tightly, but instead of the shape of bones beneath flesh, this looks like a dead wreath, like twisted vines twisted together to about the thickness of bone, but you can see the braiding of these fibrous vine-like growths, and it's all just sort of twisted together. The mushrooms that had grown out of its head and the odd sort of flaking away that some of its bark-like flesh had done, it just kind of looks like driftwood. Very dry, very with drawn tight over whatever frame it had. Even the sword that is sort of detached as a growth from its back, now sort of lying on the ground next to it, looks very much like a withered sapling. The blade itself, the edges that were once sharp, used to look like a gigantic thorn, and now it's just very much like shriveled and kind of bent over. It looks like maybe a thorn that someone had burned in a fire. But other than that, yeah, you don't see like clothing or any sort of human affectations of survival.
Okay. And I guess this would be like 2 seconds. If Kitri picked up like a small piece of like one of the vines or something, and she like tried to just like druid craft it, like infuse life into it, does it work? And what if it does, like what does it look like?
A piece of the big vines?
Just like she doesn't want to try to druidcraft like a whole big part, just like, I don't know, maybe like a small branch from something that's like fallen off, or a little bit.
So
I don't know. Does that make any
the
sense?
the big hulking mounds of planty mass that were trying to like reach out and grab you guys, that were having to squeeze their way through the narrow places. Some of those have what look like they used to be flowery pods on them. They are sort of shriveled and drawn together, but you snap one off at the stem and pick it up and use your druidcraft ability. And like at first, it doesn't have the effect that you'd want, because the spell itself can cause a seed or a flower pod or something like that, like a growing bud that's closed, to open. It's normally a way that you can interact with growing things, not so much reanimate the dead. But you notice that as you push some of your druidic magic into it, this particular blossom does regain a bit of color. It doesn't burst open and move, but it does, you gather, it does receive the energy that you put into it. And I would say with your connection to the natural world, you would understand that you might be able to revive it. It would just take a very large amount of energy.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Alexa, while you are looking around, I will say,
Quick addition, actually. I realized as I was actually reading my spell. I'll ask you, guess that with casting it with Wish, can I upcast it to the 8th level and add 2 more people to come with me?
yeah, that is something you can do with Wish.
So yeah, I'll bring that up and offer if 2 other people would like to come and step into the ethereal realm and scope it out. Otherwise, I'll just go by myself.
Somebody should probably go. I changed my mind for what I want to do.
I think Birdie would go.
Birdie would go.
There we
Walk
go.
around.
It would be one of those things like, wait, do you mean to tell me that I could explore, but I won't get dirty?
There you go.
I can see
Sign
other
me
people,
up.
but they won't see me.
Oh, delightful. Delicious. I'm gonna make him talk like Tim Curry. Oh. Anyways.
So I'll take Birdie with me then.
All right. So you guys, like, it takes a minute to kind of acclimatize yourself to the strange, difficult movement and the limited vision. Looking around you, first in the ruins and then on the sort of shelf that overlooks the jungle, nothing sticks out. You don't see any like strange, ethereal monsters or effects, you know, that are like rippling through
They're
here.
dragon signposts.
Yeah. Make an Arcana check for me. Actually, I'll tell you what. Make a Wisdom Arcana check. This is not about your ability to recall information about magic. It is a test of your awareness of magic as a sort of sense.
Okay, this is this is going to be an insight, but this is the right plus.
Because it's wisdom plus your proficiency.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, 18. I would say it's a little disappointing this day. Like you put in a lot of effort because moving around here is a little difficult. It is really interesting because you can just go up, you can go down, you can like stick your head in a rock and pull it back out. You learned that a lot of the rock around here is very porous. It's a sandstone base. It's not what your people are used to living in or working with. familiar with it. It's just not like the stone of your homeland. This is a different type of stone. But it is very porous. It retains water very well and sort of like channels it well. It's not like granite, which is just basically impervious. Looking up at the upper flat kind of mesa ridgeline that looks down on your camp, like the highest level of these silver wastes, you see that it's much the same as the ground below. It's flat, it's dusty. You find like small like shrubs and growths, not very green. It's like succulents and tumbleweeds, sort of that sort of really hardy and resilient, very little water required plants. You do find that up on the top of those cliffs overlooking your camp, there is a small pool. Looking at it from the ethereal, you're able to just sort of walk around it and kind of take its measurement. It's maybe 15 feet wide in one direction, maybe 20 in another. Very irregular shore, but it never really goes below about 4 feet in depth at its deepest point, and most of it is closer to like 2.5 to 3. But there are a couple of tall columns of rock, flat-topped again, but around them is a sort of uniform slope of debris, scree, stone, and it like 3 or 4 of these kind of surround the pool, and you gather that condensation sort of runs off them and collects here, and it just hasn't gone anywhere yet. And with the 18, I would say that's all you really find physically. Like you go north and south along the ridge overlooking the jungle, kind of explore the area around your camp for quite a ways, and there's nothing really notable from the ethereal perspective, and you don't find like any secret nooks or crannies. But you, Alexa, can feel that there is a flow to the ambient magical energy of this place. One of the reasons Ratasum was built where it is because there was already the ruins of an ancient civilization there. It was a sort of nexus for magical energy in the region. And your people have done quite a bit of research. You were not the most studious of students, but you've heard of ley lines, and you know that there are sort of rivers of magical energy that transverse the planet. And you gather that there's a very small filament that seems to follow the water track at the bottom of this canyon you're in and leads westward into the jungle.
All right then. A westward clue.
What is Galatar doing this day?
Yeah, so Galatar also wants to head down to like the edge of the jungle. But I'm gonna take Ibu with me, and before I leave, I want to grab like a rock. I'm assuming I can find one relatively easy from the cave that we're kind of based at. So I'll grab a rock from that and label it and put it in my pack. And then he's gonna polymorph himself into an owl, the same as Ibu, and that'll allow him to get much quicker to the location because it'll double his speed. So he'll kind of fly down to the forest edge and just start to like look at some of the fauna or try and figure out if there are things that might be impediments to troop movements, stuff like that, things that would need to be accounted for if you're trying to move a large group of people through this area. Okay.
Are Brina and Kala also going to the jungle? Or are you guys doing other stuff today?
Sorry, my cat is loud. I was gonna kind of backtrack because I imagine with my perception I'm not actually going to be as helpful going forward, but if there's anything I can do on the path leading up to like base camp to make things easier for Pact forces to come through. Be it like trail markers or like clearing shit out of the way. I think that's what Brina would do. Speed their advancement. Bit of a homecoming.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking look around the ruins and the immediate area and then maybe start trying to fill in that giant hole that needs to be filled in. I know it's like not going to be a lot of progress, but it has to be done.
Okay. So I can very quickly cover that. Brina, in the time that you have today to do your thing and make it back to camp for the evening, you can just about make it, I think, to the beginning of the tunnel that you came through. So it's a little dark, but you've got dark vision at the moment.
Yes.
Something, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can see, and you've been through it, so you know that there weren't any huge predators in there.
Mm-hmm.
Going back through, there are a couple of places where with your strength you're able to kind of shift a heavy stone out of the way that might trip up a wagon or soldiers who are coming through kind of tight packed. The tunnel itself is unusually uniform in its shape. And as far as trails, like as you go back through, you can see that Keith has several times marked this magical chalk on the wall, and it actually kind of glows a little bit. It's not bright like a flashlight, but there's like a little bioluminescent, kind of like a black light, symbol.
Smart cookie, that Keith.
Yeah, going back through, you're able, once you come out the other end, you kind of like see where you were, and you can see that approaching the tunnel is a fairly wide valley. But it looks like they'll be okay. And about that time, you coming out in the air again, get the time of day, and it's about time to head back. Kala, looking through the ruins and taking a look at the hole with Kaith and Kitri there doing similar things. There's nothing to find in the ruins really, and you help them ascertain that there are no hidden doors or secret areas. There's really nothing really to check much. There are a couple of walls that demarcate the area. So you get a good look at what used to be the shape of a great gate that marks the western extreme where the canyon walls kind of come together as close as they do.
Mm-hmm.
And the wall there is a little more substantial. There are no gates on it, but the frame is still kind of intact as far as the stonework goes. And then it's easy enough to spend a good portion of the day dragging remains of the plant creatures, tossing them in the hole, and looking around to kind of plan for what stone can be moved and how else you might fill it. There are a couple of pretty large stone pillars that the vine walls had kind of rested on, and you gather that once you have some siege engines and some soldiers here, it'll be pretty short work to clip them at the base, push them over, and kind of roll them into the hole.
Okay.
All right.
But there weren't any like footprints leading away, like Fallon and the other people were camped nearby. It's like this is where they were living.
Make a survival check for me. 26. And actually, it's really hard to track here because it's all just hard stone. There is a little bit of like loose sand and dirt, but it's a thin coat. What you do find points to the fact that the things that had been here for a couple of days and had largely not left after the vines appeared. And now you like there are these weird cavities I forgot to mention where the vines burst out of the ground. Every now and then, kind of along the perimeter of this canyon, there's just like a 5-foot hole in the ground that runs down about 30 or 40 feet and sort of snakes its way into the darkness. Easy though to throw a rock down and hear it hit the bottom, where these vines sort of magically appeared and burst their way through the stone and are now empty.
ever actually, like, I know we like threw something down there, but did anyone ever actually physically go to the bottom of the pit that the vine wraith came
Don't
out
think
of
so.
/ now where all the bodies are?
No, I don't think we
so.
went down in there. I think we could see the bottom though, right?
I'm not gonna worry about it then.
Uh,
No,
it,
not
it
gonna
was
go
kind
dig
of
up
dark,
graves.
but yeah, it was about, I think, 40 feet to the bottom. Galatar, you transform into an owl, go down with Ibu. When you get to the edge of the jungle, do you transform back to a human, or are you just flying around as an owl?
Yeah, so well, when I first get down to the edge of the jungle, I wanted to again try and find a rock or something that I could use to easily teleport back down there later. But then
Easy
he would
enough.
want to spend a little bit of time as a human kind of walking around, like I said, to look around and see if there's sort of anything on the ground that looked like a trap. But similar to kind of what Brina was talking about, after maybe an hour of doing that, would want to go back to being an owl using polymorph and try and kind of look up the tree cover and see if there's an obvious place where maybe a dragon would have crashed from or emerged, or something that is kind of a clear indicator of there's a giant ass thing here.
Okay. So for free, you get that flying kind of lower to the ground as you make your way down towards the trees. Normally, it would take about 4 hours. You do it in 2. Easier since you're gliding down. It doesn't take a lot of arm power to kind of flap your way. The descent from the cliff begins as a kind of narrow channel, but pretty quickly widens out into a wider scree hill of tumbled debris. It's not a terribly steep slope, but it is pretty treacherous due to the fact that it's built from fallen stone and rubble, and you can kind of tell that periodically there are flash floods that have washed out debris. So there's like dead, dried remnants of tree trunks, big stones rolled smooth by water over time, and it's just sort of a general tumbled mess that kind of spills out of this canyon as you kind of fly your way down towards the jungle. With your owl eyes and kind of flying at the height you are, you can more easily than your peers, I think, looking north, make out this ridge line of hills. But closer to you, between you and them, like you're basically looking down the length of the cliffs on your right, looking north. You see the jungle out to your left, the ridgeline of hills in the distance, and more like flat-topped canyon lands between you and them. So from the north, there's like far mountain range, the canyon lands, the jungle, much like you just passed over or passed through. And you can see little scriggle lines, like similar canyons that you've just come out of, kind of all along the northern edge of what you can see. But it's very far away. The first thing you notice when you land and become human is the stream sort of vanishes into the jungle. It's very shallow, and it's very, very slow moving. You almost don't even really notice the water's moving until like a leaf lands on it, and you can just see it kind of creep by. It's not terribly wide, 10 or 15 feet typically at any given point, but even looking into this jungle on the bank of the river, the trees close in rapidly, and you can't see far into it, maybe 40 or 50 feet before the trees just obscure everything. And looking left and right, it is just a wall of green, and it rises 50, 60 feet in the air in some places. Being this close, you can see it's much more uneven than it looks from a distance, but as you turn back into an owl and kind of fly up over top, it's like looking down on a piece of broccoli. Like it's just green, solid everywhere, and you can see that it's not solid, but it's so miserably thick and with these little like tufts of what look like clouds forming and kind of rolling slowly up out of it to join others in the sky. It is almost impossible to see down into it. Make a perception check for me, and you can make it with advantage as an owl.
Yes, and I use the owl statistics, right?
Yep.
Okay. Ooh, that was really good one. First one. Oh, better on the second one. The second one's an 18 plus 3 for 21.
Okay. You do notice, much like if you look down on a very large head of broccoli, you can see like the different florets are kind of separated, and there are joints between those areas. There are very few places where you can actually see down in those crevices. It's almost like canyons in their own right, with the thick, lush vegetation. But you catch one at just the right light as the sun is kind of fading past noon, and you see the reflection of water, the sparkle on the jungle floor. And you gather that there are many streams like the one you followed that sort of snake and meander their way through this jungle. And you can just see they seem to be shallow, very slow. You don't see any rapids or signs of fast movement like you would expect in other places. And they have very narrow banks, about 5 feet maybe on each side, sometimes 10. But it's difficult to spot them because most of them are overhung by the canopy. But you do see that they are there. So if there was a way to pass through here without cutting a physical corridor yourself, it would be to follow the rivers.
Gotcha. And then I don't see anything that looks like a large creature like Mordremoth or something might have entered or broken that canopy that you were talking about. Anything like that?
Yeah. So how far west do you and your owl go in searching for this?
So I've got plenty of spell slots to do it all day. And he's going to teleport back at the end of the day, so he's not really worried about trying to stay within a certain range. So he would go as far as he could conceivably do so in about 6-7 hours of searching till it starts to really get too dark that 120 feet of dark vision isn't going to do squat.
Okay. So you start kind of systematically roaming with Ibu north and south in a sort of zigzag pattern, covering more ground further westward, going north and then south and north south like a switchback, covering as much ground as you can. Roll a D100 for me.
$54.
54. Okay. There comes a point where you get so far west that you can no longer see the edge of the jungle east of you where you came from. You can still see the cliff walls, the kind of tower around the edge, and you realize that you're kind of flying towards the center of what looks like a massive caldera. The cliff's edge go all along the east that you came from and kind of move north and curve around your line of vision. To the west, it's still just all green as far as you can see. But the general shape now, looking north and east back the way you came, is a shallow bowl shape. And these cliffs kind of form a boundary edge to that. You hear high above you a strange kind of trilling roar. It's a high pitched, but it is definitely a predatory And Ibu telepathically telegraphs to you, fear, anxiety, fear, anxiety. And as you sort of like turn your owl head around, you can see, not quite exactly in the light of the sun, but just offset from it, what looks like a large winged creature flying, and it's very high, it's maybe 500 feet above you, and it doesn't seem to have noticed you. It just screeched, and after a moment you hear an answering call, and as you twist your head, you see another creature rising up from what looks like a raised mound covered with trees. It's impossible to see what's beneath them, but sort of bursting its way out of the trees and rising up to the same height as that is a similar large winged creature. This is a little closer. It's maybe like 300 feet from you. And it appears to be a very large creature with a pretty decent wingspan. And as this one rises, being a little bit closer, you can see that as that call is answered, its neck flares out in a scaled flange, almost like a cobra head, and it rises into the air. Fortunately, it does not see you, and eventually it attains the height that it was looking for, and these two creatures sort of meet westward of you, and you watch as they turn southward and just pair off and fly off into the distance.
Okay, then. How late in the day is it at this point?
I'd say here about like 2 p.m.
Okay, he'd continue on, but he'd also be very especially wary of like flying maybe a little lower to the trees, like occasionally going up to get like a quick bird's eye view of maybe the overall landscape, but then kind of trying to stick maybe 30-40 feet above kind of the tree tops to just stay a little bit less where something like that might just spot him out in the sky.
Okay. Continuing deeper into the westward expanses, roll another D100 for me.
Shit always makes me so nervous.
High roll, 89.
89.
What was with that?
Okay. Taking a risk a couple of times, you wing your way to greater heights, and you are rewarded with a little better view of what's kind of going on around you. And at this point in the day, we'll say this is getting towards like 4 o'clock. The cliffs behind you, to the east, bending around to the north, have become minuscule in the distance, and you are just able to make out far on the western horizon with your owl eyesight just a tiny line. You almost think it's clouds at first, but another ridge of mountains that appears to run north and south along the western edge of this region. Looking kind of 360, it's just a sea of broccoli. It's just jungle canopy all around you, and off to the south it just sort of disappears into the distance. You don't see any huge clearings or destruction. It doesn't seem like any place that something would have ripped trees out of the way. There are places where trees have fallen, staying kind of close to the canopy through most of the day. Like you pass these sometimes where a large tree has keeled over for some reason, and there's a massive area that is now exposed to sunlight, and you can see the effects of that, where new jungle growth has kind of blossomed, suddenly exposed to sunlight. You can sort of see into the trees along some of these open clearings where under the darkness of the canopy there's a little more space in some areas where undergrowth can't flourish due to lack of light. But none of it looks like mass destruction. It's all just things that sort of similarly happens in some of the old growth forests back home.
Gotcha. Okay.
I will say also there is a wealth of animal life all day as you traverse this region. There is bird song, there are insects, frog song. You hear animals moving through the jungle even though you can't see them. You can see trees kind of shake and move sometimes. You hear the calls of primates. All sorts of living jungle noises. It's kind of a noisy place above the canopy.
Okay. Then I guess as it comes to the end of the day, if I could find one of those spots that you talked about before, where it's kind of the slight opening in the canopy, and then near maybe a stream or something that I can at least get a visual idea is relatively safe to land for just a second, so that I can teleport back to our base camp. I will do that.
Okay. Make a perception check for me with your human stats.
My human stats. Jeez. I'm pretty sure that's just a -1 on my human stats. Let me double check. Perception. Yeah, so that is a total of 8.
8. Okay.
Not good.
So yeah, you find one of these openings. It's near a stream, like a shallow, very slow moving stream. And you find what looks like some kind of game trail where it's almost impossible to see it from high up because the way the trees angle, you just don't see. They kind of overhang each other. But once you land near the stream, you see there's just maybe like a 10-foot wide path that's kind of been worn through the trees, and there are trees in it, but they're smaller, younger growths. And it looks like some animals do come down here to drink sometimes. There's kind of an open space. I assume you're casting teleport.
I am, though it does occur to me I would want to grab an item in case I did need to teleport like back this far at any point in the future. He just grab like a stone, something by the creek or river, whatever he can find.
Yeah, you find like a little white stone that's kind of covered in like a thin sheen of green moss. It's easily identifiable as the one from here.
That would be great. And then I'll just teleport back, assuming there are no complications.
Yeah, as you pull the energy together for the spell, what components does that have?
I think it might just be verbal for the teleport spell. Let me double check. Yeah, components just verbal.
Okay. So you stand there holding the stone that will take you back to camp. Kind of close your eyes, and when you open them, you have focused your will and your intent. You kind of pull this magical energy to you as you begin to speak the magic words. And as the last syllable leaves your lips, you can feel the energy reaching that butter zone tension point where you know the spell's going to pop off. There is a sudden explosion of movement across the stream from you as a tree, fully 4.5 feet wide, just rips itself from its roots and slams a hand-like branch down toward you, and you vanish. And as you appear in camp, you can just hear the echo ringing in your ears of the vroom of the impact of this creature's hand as it impacted the ground where you left.
Dude, this forest is so cool. Okay. Cool. Well, then I'll wait till everybody else gets back, and then we can exchange notes.
All right. Eventually, you all find your way back to camp for the evening. And you are able to compare notes of what you found during this day.
Yeah, this tree tried to kill me right as I was teleporting away. I've never seen a tree like come to life before. This is a really scary jungle.
I mean, we've seen a lot of moving plants. I think a tree is just the next evolution.
Yeah, I mean, that thing was quick too. Like, it was big and quick.
Like 2 rocks today, so you guys had a lot of stuff going on.
No, you did a good work though. You're clearing the path. That's going to be really pivotal.
Sure.
All that hand clearing for those machines.
That's true.
Yeah. Listen. Don't worry about it.
What about you, Alexa? Did you and Bertie find anything in the ethereal plane at all?
Nothing necessarily explicit in the ethereal plane, but I did feel there's something. There's like a magical ley line or a remnant along the stream. And probably the one that you were along.
That would make sense. It seemed like the streams kind of snake throughout the entire forest. I wonder if maybe they all merge somewhere deep in the center. I don't know.
If it's some sort of caldera, they all probably do flow into a central point.
I feel a long way, and it's got to be a caldera. I saw mountain ridges everywhere you looked around it.
Could he tell if it exploded out, or was it an impact in?
Ooh.
The caldera?
Yes.
Not able to tell that.
Yeah. I mean, that is just fucking huge.
Yeah.
This sounds like what Kitri has seen in her dreams before, based on Galatar's description.
Not exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, this was
I
like
remember
the
having a dream where there was like flying over a caldera.
there was in one of your dreams a high waterfall, a high cliff.
Yes.
And I believe the area below that was shrouded in thick mist, and there was a giant tree growing up out of it.
Yes. And it was like a kind of like a basin E.
Kinda. That was definitely not what Galatar has described.
All right.
It was a much more localized area. It was a specific place, whereas Galatar was kind of describing the entire northern section of the Maguuma.
Yeah, I really thought, based on Kiteri's description of that kind of vision and Mordremoth waking up, that would have seen some sort of large break in the canopy, but I couldn't find it anywhere. And for once, I actually thought I did a good job looking.
Maybe he's kind of small.
Oh, I guess that's a good point.
You know, we don't know how big he is.
Yeah.
It could be like the runt of all of them.
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
wooden one.
I mean, he was the last one to be known about, so it's possible that he is our runt of some kind in comparison. It's a good point. I did see, also we should be careful. Are they bringing airships, do you know, at all? Or is it...
There were airships in your column as you
Yeah.
traveled from Lion's Arch.
We should... Lexa, if you wouldn't mind letting Traherne know, there are some rather large predatory creatures that even from a few hundred feet away look very large.
Make a nature check for me, Galatar.
Nature.
Apologize, I should have done that earlier.
That's a now one.
Now
Huh.
fine.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't know back
Yeah.
then.
It was a little overwhelming with the psychic feedback from Ibu.
Yeah, he was kind of panicked himself, I'm sure. Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's tough.
Hard to think straight when you look like lunch.
Mm-hmm. Not the right way to be a snack.
Yeah, I'll send Traherne a message then and let him know that there are big, scary birds in the air.
He responds in good order and just says, "Ah, excellent, scouting ahead. I'm proud that you've taken the initiative. I will let the ships know. They're keeping fairly close to the top of the mesas, but we'll have them double the lookouts. Thank you."
Guys, Traherne said he's actually proud of us.
Did you tell
crazy.
him you all split up in different directions?
Nope.
No,
Yep.
that would be a bad idea.
Hey, I wasn't even on this plane of existence.
Mm.
That's true.
Yes,
In
now,
some ways,
Carlo, we were being very... Consider it.
Yeah.
No one could see us, and I didn't get dirty at all.
So looking around here, we found absolutely nothing. But I feel like that's important. These things we killed have been staying here a while. There was no food, no water skins, no beds.
Well, none of them seemed like the type of creatures that would necessarily need those, but the fact that they were here a while and we still can't find sort of anything,
There is some water
wonder
up
why they
there.
were here.
Well,
What?
I think the thing is, like, Brina's brother Halvar, right? He eats, he drinks water, sleeps, and everything.
Yeah,
Mhm.
pretty good at it.
But I
I
guess
think he's still like a person who serves the dragon, or did. These things, I think, were just dragon minions now.
I think they photosynthesize. Right?
I think they
Is-
were just like the branded,
Yeah.
not really alive anymore.
Is it possible that are we sure the vine rat is the one that made the large hole? Like, I mean, what we do know of dragons that we've seen is they like to like have layers, right? Is it possible Mordremoth's lair could be underground somewhere in the Maguuma? Like,
Through the pit.
I mean, that hole had a bottom. We didn't go anywhere.
I guess I was just curious, do
Yeah.
we see if there were any like tunnels off the hole? I know I like checked the depth of the hole, but I don't know if we actually looked to see if there were tunnels or anything off of it.
Nobody crawled down in it.
I don't know, because I would imagine you of all people, right? If like you would be able to track them, like to see how they would have gotten here, because this isn't the place I saw Fallon like enter to become whatever monstrosity she was turned into.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like they didn't leave. There's no tracks.
Can I ask Kate, I don't think you've been here, but is there any reason that you think that Fallon was sent here to like intercept us, or? Yes, we're all just a bit confused because it feels a bit of a random spot to send someone.
She says, well, I mean, this is an easily defensible location. That's why we've come here.
Also, the most logical place where the Pact would try to come in.
Sort of a gateway, if you would, to the Maguuma beyond. If I were going to pick a place and set up some sort of fortification, I imagine I would choose some place quite similar. It could be that we intercepted them too early. If their structure, their fortification was a growing thing, some sort of spell or magical effect, perhaps it would have been bigger and more deadly had we come several days in the future. In time, who's to say, they might have filled the entire valley from the gate to the tunnel.
I guess that makes sense considering how fast they've withered away.
That is curious. It seems like they were sustained by some sort of magical force. Presumably the dragon, but I don't know how such things work.
It leads credence to Kala's theory that they are not even really alive.
Like the branded and the risen.
Indeed.
These are the planted.
Good, Alexa. I get it. Nice.
Planted. I like that.
Like that.
If I recall, Doja was trying to explain that something they'd found in the research from the Crucible and from the Thalmanova reactor was that Professor Gore hypothesized that champions of the Elder Dragons have more freedom than lesser creatures, lesser minions under their control. Smaller, less powerful beings are essentially just mindless puppets, drones. Stronger champions like Fowlin, or even the Vinewrath, are given a modicum of free will, or allowed at the very least to retain many of their memories, to make them more effective at operating away from their master. Zoja thought that perhaps the strongest of the dragon champions might even be able to control some of the minions themselves, though she was never able to prove that definitively.
That would make sense. The Jormag's person, Drakar, seemed like he could control minions. So
That would make sense.
it just seems strange we don't see a presence of the dragon itself. That makes me much more worried.
Speaking of, do we have any idea where we're going or hoping to go?
West, probably along one of these streams.
It's as good a start as any.
Kind of have a feeling if we get in there and start messing around, the dragon's gonna come to us.
Or a tree.
Yeah.
No. That is true. There's more than just dragon in the jungle, but
Wise assumption.
Although
There were
that's-
legends, when I grew up in the Grove, of ancient druids, humans that had lived in the deepest parts of the Maguuma. Eventually they transformed themselves into guardians. Their secret enclaves were lost to the tides of history, but humans knew of them. If there is a flow of magical energy here, perhaps there's some sort of confluence deep within the jungle that would make sense for a location for druids to study. It's likely we would find the lair of an elder dragon nearby, much like Zaitan was beneath Ara.
That's a good point.
Though I have
Were
no idea
there-
where that could be.
Sorry. Were there ley lines in or around Ara, or it was just that lake of energy?
Traherne tried to explain this to me, and I must say, it's a bit outside my wheelhouse. But as I understand it, a bit of both. The artesian waters themselves were a storehouse of great power. But I believe there were several ley lines that intersected at Ara. Whether the one caused the other or vice versa, I couldn't say for sure. I work mostly in the shadows. Magic isn't really my thing.
Do you think, Alexa, maybe that we could try and follow the ley line?
But I was thinking I guess Galatar probably got pretty close to home, and we might be able to teleport back to where he was, and then I could make us ethereal instantly. That way we
Yeah.
don't get tree smushed.
I could take us right back if you'd be able to do that for sure. And we'd
Not
be able to come
today.
back here too.
But yes, tomorrow.
If you think that's where the dragon is, like, do you really think we should all go there by ourselves?
Well, no, we're
Pact
just
is
gonna
still a day
scout.
behind.
Well, if we're in the ethereal plane, we shouldn't be able to be hurt by the dragon. I don't know if they'd be able to see us. I'm not sure about a dragon's ability to view into the ethereal plane.
Right. Yeah, I mean, dragons kind of might play by their own rules, but at the very least, we won't get hit by their minions.
Is there any way to like get booted out of the ethereal plane?
Once the spell ends, but before then, we're safe.
Well, don't fuck up the timing.
Plus, if I guess we go and do that, if we have a definitive location, that would be worth its weight in gold at this point, because this jungle is just too large to not know exactly where we need to send our forces.
Right, and then they can just worry about resting and relaxing and already head on to the next location without worrying about scouting.
Plus, if Kate is right, it could be that the quicker we can find the dragon, the less that he can set up his defenses or create more of whatever he did with Fallon.
We don't need any more champions.
I am wondering where... Like, Fallon wasn't the only Sylvari in the Nightmare Court, so I guess it makes me wonder if she, went off on her own, or if she sort of took all of them with her, and where the rest of them might be now are with Mordremoth?
I believe Galatar saw a decent contingent of Sylvari enter into those pods or whatever after Fallon, right? Or like Fallon entered and had that group of people.
Like half dozen.
Okay.
Like actually walk into the pods.
Yeah. Gotcha. So I don't know if there are more, but
Pod people.
Potentially. Kate, is there anyone else of particular? I don't really know about like the hierarchy of the Nightmare Court. Is there someone else that would have been above Fallon or would have been like well known or prominent within that group?
Now you got me. Short answer is yes, Keetri. Or are you asking Keetri or Kaith?
I was asking Kaith, since I assume she probably has had more direct dealings with them.
Yes. Trying to look up the names. I have a whole list. There's like 40 people on the list. High up. She says, yes, there are a number of high-level courtiers. They take names for themselves that are pretentious and silly. Their fantasy of holding some sort of royal court in mockery of what the humans have. There was Count Laurent. I know that he was beneath Fallon. All the court were cowed and in fear of Fallon. She titled herself the Grand Duchess over them all. There was another Duchess, Chrysanthia. There was a lord named Renvari, and his partner, Lady Noxia. I don't know who would have taken over after Fowlin's demise. Although, if they've all gone the same direction as Fowlin, I doubt the Nightmare Court as an organization still exists. I would assume they all just do Mordremoth's bidding now. Although, if they were equal in to Fowlin's power and her authority or her ability to control others, there's no reason to assume that the dragon wouldn't have promoted them. But I have no way of knowing.
No, that's a helpful insight. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're right, though. Those are silly names. Duchess.
Titles with no meaning.
Running for.
Yeah, who would give themselves titles that don't have any meaning?
It's like buying land in another country
Oh.
just as you
I
say
take
that.
that as a personal slight on my honor, Carla.
Wasn't just about you.
Hey, my titles mean things. Most of them. Anyways, where's a fucking dragon?
Titles are what you make of them. You give them meaning, or else they don't have any. All right. So yeah. Is there any other discussion you'd like to have before going to sleep this evening?
How many days is it until the pack arrives? Like the Pact forces?
They said 2 or 3, so it could be by the end of the day tomorrow. You're not quite sure.
Okay. But we would at least not be going until the day after tomorrow for...
We've got
Okay.
tomorrow for more recon.
Gotcha.
And you gather that, like, when they get here, they're going to establish a base of operations. So, you're going to be here a while. Like, it's not just going to take, like, 2 hours to set an entire army up.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So, I assume you set a watch tonight. For this evening, again, we'll not need any rolls. You guys are in a pretty well defensible place. Kaith does kind of stay up a little later, stalking around as she is wont to do. Those of you who keep watch, the night sky this evening is not as clear. There are some clouds that kind of roll overhead, but they're kind of wispy and thin, and they're high up. None of them are low hanging. You only really tell they're there in the dark of night by the patches of stars that disappear all at once. In the wee hours, you do hear a little bit of skittering and scritching around, but it's very, very small creatures, tiny. Kala, as you're sitting around the fire, you notice a scorpion, like a normal scorpion, just like crawling over a stone and just kind of moves off into the distance. Nothing untoward happens. Next day dawns, and it, as usual, takes a little bit of time before the sunlight begins to filter down. The sun has to rise quite high to angle appropriately to strike the valley floor. But day 2 of your your watchful vigil here in camp has begun. What would you all like to do today?
I think we're going to do our teleport shenanigans.
Okay. So, let me. Okay. So, what exactly is it you're doing? Like, what's the plan?
So Galatar will teleport us. I guess me and him and anyone else who wants to join us. One more person, and we will go back to where he almost got smushed by the tree. But as soon as we blink into existence, I will make us all ethereal, so that we can't be smushed by any other trees.
Okay. So, who all is going to go on this adventure?
And Galantar also has the ability to use Wish similarly if Alexa helped him do it, to do etherealness with Wish, so we could potentially all go if everyone wanted to. Certainly don't have to, but it is an option if everyone would like to go.
Everybody could be there.
Everybody but Keith. Keith would have to stay, because we'd only be able to do 6, but...
Keith do not be wanting to go.
Yeah. Keith doesn't want to fuck with us anyway.
As you guys are sitting around having breakfast discussing this plan, Keith is just like, frankly, I think you're all completely insane. I wouldn't go anywhere near the jungle by myself without the full weight of the Pact behind me. But you do you.
That's why they hired us.
I think Keith is right, but I think it's worse to let him go without me, so...
Also, not to quote Bertie, but we kind of are like the full weight of the Pact. I mean, you know, his whole thing about like we're 99% of the strength. I mean, you know, we do a lot of work.
But I mean, you do have a point there. But I think I'm going to sit here and rest my feet today.
Oh,
I'm starting to get blisters.
Oh, and your skin is breaking out.
Shut your whore mouth.
No! Birdie is a misogynist. No.
Yeah, of course he is.
Brina says, I am more than happy to go with you guys if you need some muscle, but since you're gonna be, you know, in the ghost plane, I'm not sure how muscly I can be. I was kind of thinking of hanging out here and maybe crawling around in, you know, the pit, if that is something we want to do. Albeit the pit has had some things added.
Could maybe check that out too, if you
Yeah,
guys think there are tunnels leading out of it.
Can't rule it out.
Yeah, I mean, we could always check that too before we teleport out if you want to, like, you know, on the off chance there is a tunnel. I don't know what the odds are, but...
I'll take my pit idea.
Yes, if our home base isn't necessarily secure, we don't need to go out and explore the jungle and make more fun.
Well, let's do the pit first. If we'd like, you know, a little morning adventure. And then if there's nothing, you guys can...
Little morning corpse pit.
Yeah, just a little dip in the corpse pit. And then if there's nothing, you guys can go be ghosts. And we'll have like a bit of a afternoon lunch or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I could conjure us up like a really nice feast before we head out.
The cat is up to nonsense.
That would be fun.
Deal.
Plus, I find nothing more nerving than when we're making plans and Ryan just starts smirking. Like, nothing freaks me out more than that.
Because my jokes are funny, that's all. Just the knowing
It's
smile.
hilarious.
I love listening to
I'll
you
go
guys.
with you guys, but I can also have us turn into creatures that would help us dig into the pit. I mean, I was gonna turn into like a mole,
Badger mole.
a little star-nosed mole with their little.
Remember those guys? Oh, love those guys.
things freak me out.
Fun fact, naked mole rats are the only creatures that, well, they're the only known creatures that for some reason they never get cancer.
Mm-hmm.
People are studying them for regenerative medicine.
Absolutely.
They're gonna live forever.
Shout out to Rufus.
Miss that guy.
All right. So is anybody going with Galatar and Alexa?
Well, I think we're all checking the pit.
Yeah,
first.
we're back
Probably all
checking
burnering.
it?
Pit first.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the
Yes.
plan is if there's something in the pit, we don't go on the teleport adventure. If there isn't, then we'll go
We'll
from
go
there,
from
I guess.
there. Yeah.
All right. So you guys gather around the pit.
Although I do need to AFK real quick.
Kedra, you've seen a variety of beasts in your time in the Caledon Forest. I think. Let me grab my list of beasts right quick here. As far as like digging beasts go, I think it is reasonable. Yeah, you could say you've seen a giant badger, which oddly doesn't
yeah.
have a burrow speed. That's weird.
Does it have a dig speed?
Not really, because dig speed's not a thing, but like, it's a good digger. It's a fucking badger. It's what they do. So yeah, if you want to wild shape into that, although a giant badger is a CR 1/4, so it would use a charge. A normal badger though is CR 0. So
No, I'll use a
be a
charge.
mole.
I'll use a charge. I'll use a charge to be a giant badger.
Okay. So yeah, aside from Keytree descending into the pit as a badger, who else is going down? Colin?
Going in the pit.
I'll send Ibu with them just to keep an eye from above.
Well, now he'd have to probably cling to someone.
Well, he would Well, can he flutter down like just beside them? I don't know.
He
I don't
could
know
like
much about
flutter
animals.
down and land, but I don't think he could fly at like a constant distance because it's not
You
big
can
enough
be on my
to,
shoulder.
you know,
Okay. Then if he can be on Brina's shoulder,
Absolutely.
he will gladly do that.
easy enough to find a perch on her sturdy shoulder. So yeah, you guys, we'll say it's easy enough to find some pretty heavy stones, and there are some pillars of rock standing around nearby to tie ropes around. Kala doesn't need any; she can climb really well. Yeah, you guys make your way one by one down into this pit, and you see like Kaith kind of stands up at the top, her arms crossed, and she's just sort of looking glum, but she's keeping an eye on you. You get down to the bottom, and there's just this pile of desiccated, planty remains where this massive creature, the Vine Wrath, has sort of crumbled and kind of fallen apart and dried out, but is sort of still clumped at the bottom. And
Does it seem like it was rooted into the bottom, or was it just sort of like
a huge bulbous end with big gnarly roots that kind of dangled almost like tails,
okay?
all shriveled and kind of wasted away now, with what remains of Fowlin's monstrous transfigured form. But it's about 40 feet-ish to the bottom. You notice as you get near the bottom that it is damp. It is moist. And as your feet hit the bottom, there's just a slight squelch as your feet hit the ground at the bottom. It is not bare stone. It is like a thick, wet dirt. Not quite mud. It doesn't suck at your feet or anything, but it's sort of like I don't know if you've ever gone spelunking in a cave and you hit that wet dirt that's just been sitting there wet for 1,000 years. That's kind of what it is. Well, the lesson we learned here today is that we need to take Paige spelunking.
No, thank you. No, thank you. There's some primal fears I have, and that is one of them.
I love caving.
I love it. Yeah.
Y'all are fucking weird for that. How many spooky videos have you seen?
Carter Caves is super tame.
Enjoy being swallowed by the earth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. No, thank you.
The only thing I wouldn't do is cave, like underwater cave diving.
Or no,
That's
I do draw the line there. You're right.
That's like a no, thank you.
There's a podcast, the Magnus Archives, and sorry to get on podcast conversation in the middle of the game, but there's an episode about caving, and it's fictional, but like her and her sister get swallowed by the earth, and ever since then I'm like, ooh, it's just good.
Floyd's Cave. That's one of my favorite stories.
So you guys find yourselves at the bottom of this large pit. Looking around, there don't seem to be any cave entrances, no tunnels that look like people have burrowed in. There are some places you can see where it looks like similar to where the vines above had burst out of the ground, like roots have penetrated into the stone, but the roots are no longer there, so they're just these weird like pock marks, but you can see the bottom of them.
So nothing else can come in this way.
Looking around,
not
not unless something can burrow through the ground.
Okay.
And if it can, there's really nothing you can do about it.
What's it smell like down here?
It just smells like damp earth,
Okay,
stone, and a little bit like rotting vegetation.
I guess it's not meaty flesh. Yeah.
There's no evidence or anything on their bodies, correct? We looked them over and there's just no...
It's just like weird, knotted, kind of gnarly, corded vines where sinew and muscle and bone would be on Fallon's monstrous creature form.
They're just grass clippings.
And she didn't have any like personal effects, like she was just a monster.
Yeah, she had like her upper half that was kind of sprouting out of the forehead of that monstrous creature, but she wasn't wearing anything jewelry-wise.
Okay.
Her sort of natural silvari growths kind of covered her modesty parts, but there were no valuables or no things that she didn't have any daggers or anything, but she also, like, her arms seemed like merged with the flesh of the creature.
And if Kitri, as a badger, decides to just go try to burrow at the edges and just like dig several feet, does anything else sort of like open up that like maybe something got sealed off and that we can't see, so she's gonna check just around the edges?
As you guys take a good hard look around the walls and kind of feel your way with your hands and your toes, Kitri starts to frantically sort of dig in several places, kind of plumbing the depths. You find around the edges that you very quickly get through the sort of damp, looser dirt and detritus and find yourself scratching stone, and your claws don't dig in. As you kind of like move your way among the rotting remains of the vine raft, you find a particularly squelchy spot, and as you dig down, it becomes more wet until your hands are kind of like dipping in puddly water. And as you continue to dig, you get to the point where you have to kind of like submerge your upper body. So you guys just see like badger ass sticking up out of the ground, and you hear splash, 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 and then your claws scrape stone. And you guys watch as the badger extricates itself and shakes and takes a deep breath.
Well, it's just stone. everywhere surrounding this, like you get to a certain point and then it's dry, like it's rock. And that's like what the surface level landscape was mostly just like it's a desert.
Yeah,
area.
it's kind of like the Grand Canyon.
So this is like a weirdly like lush spot in the middle of a canyon.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
Much like the Grand Canyon here, like when there's water flowing through the bottom, you can have green plants and growth, but it's a very narrow strip just along the bottom. The rest is pretty dry.
Yeah.
Make a nature check for me, Kitri.
Ooh, I rolled these with advantage. Wait, is there an advantage on a certain thing? Oh no, I just got advantage. 23.
Nice. Oh, I think that's because of your amulet. Tight. So the stone here is very porous. It easily kind of absorbs and translocates water through it. You know that, like basic knowledge, all water rolls downhill. And rivers and channels like this carve their way down the sides of mountains, forming valleys. And when you find stone this porous, a lot of people don't know, but you know that it can seep through the stone in ways that you can't see, and it can get stored in the stone in underground aquifers. And as you're feeling this water down here, it's kind of like bleeding up through the stone, much like the artesian waters in ore, though not quite like that. It strikes you that this geography and what Galatar had described seeing before, like a ring of mountains around you, the sort of table of mesa canyon lands, and then it all feeding into the Maguuma, it occurs to you that the mountains feed these aquifers that lie in the rock of the Silver Wastes and the surrounding drier upper level mesas. And those sort of filter out into these shallow streams that sort of bleed it off very slowly, but constantly into the Maguuma. And then the Maguuma itself being a caldera and kind of having an isolated weather system because of these high mountains is just like a big steaming jungle crockpot.
So the mountains, the water from the mountains. Did you guys ever learn the water cycle? Anyone? No one? Okay. All right. The water from the mountains gets filtered through the mesa in a sense, and the rock here is very porous, which is why there's all this water. And this water is what ends up becoming those little streams you saw in the Maguuma, Galatar. So it's a very constant, steady source of water. So this might just be a point where a lot of this water has somehow gathered. It's a bit of a underground aquifer. Maybe that's another reason why this location was chosen? I'm not sure.
They probably had a lot of water that they could leach out of the ground.
And if Alexa's right about the ley lines, it could be that they need to put their minions somewhere along the water sources in order to most easily transfer Mordremoth's power.
Art and dragons.
What? Who wants to teleport into the jungle and become ethereal?
I'm gonna be honest, you guys have got to take point on that. That's a little...
I'll go with you guys if you want me to. I don't know how much use I can be as an ethereal Safari, but yeah. Tried to make sure everyone gets back okay.
Paula, you know you don't want to let us go alone.
I think it's a bad idea.
Oh, it is.
I mean, we're supposed to be bringing an army here.
But we gotta know.
We're just 6 people.
And if he's just hanging out right there, we could just, get in, get out before Jern even shows up.
Plus, between you and Kitri, we're likely to see him far before we would actually have to fight him. Or at least close enough we can teleport away very quickly. But we got to know where he is, or else we're just going to be wandering this jungle like a bunch of people for 40 years,
I mean, I'll go if I can be helpful.
Birdie calls down from the edge of the hole above you. I'm sorry, but you people are objectively filthy. I'm going to stay here in camp.
Yeah, I haven't had a bath since we left Lion's Arch.
We know. There is a stream here, you know. Can you what?
Oh, sorry. With Kitri, because it does last for 8 hours, could she get teleported and become ethereal as a badger? She can still talk.
Yeah.
You can still. You have all the control when you're ethereal. You're just in the ethereal plane.
Yeah, it just moves you to another dimension.
It's like going to the water plane.
Yeah, you could stay in your animal form if you wanted to.
Or yes.
Yeah, just in case. If you guys want me to come, I will.
Are you guys sure if we find the dragon, it can't eat us in the ethereal?
I mean, there's always the assumed risk, Kala. I mean, that's kind of
confident 95%.
Yeah, plus between Alexa and myself, we have the ability not only to teleport back, we can also teleport between planes or throw up the lifeboat. So we've got a lot of added safety measures for our usual problems we run into.
Can you do any of that when you're ethereal?
Yes.
If we are teleporting between planes, we should be able to, yes, teleport back to this place.
The teleport spell, I think, only
Plane shift works.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Because we both have plane shift now, I believe. Although I think only Alexa has a tuning fork.
Yes. I have the material plane tuning fork.
And I think plane shift doesn't let you teleport to a specific location.
You can specify, but it's up to you how close we get.
Yeah.
But we would still be okay even if we didn't get super close because we still have teleport available once we were on the plane.
Because you can plane shift to a teleport circle.
Can demi-plane open in the ethereal plane? I assume it can.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's no reason why I couldn't.
Yeah.
And so I guess, yeah, you could make a material plane, demi-plane, and then ethereal plane link it, and then have someone walk into the ethereal plane.
Spells are confusing.
Dude, it is. It defies, what's his name?
Physical for me.
Euclid. It's non-Euclidean physics.
Hmm.
Alright, so Birdie and Kaith are staying in camp. Who else is staying in camp? Nobody else, okay.
I fucking guess we'll go.
If we do find it, what is the goal if we just see it and that's it?
Well, if
Yes.
we find it, we'll kind of try and track ourselves as we're going through. If we're following like a stream or something, we would at least have a general sense of which direction the dragon is in, and we have a general location when all said
You
and
don't
done.
think it'll move by the time the pack sets up a base camp and like gets there a week later?
Not if it's by a source of magical power similar to Zaitan and Nor. If it's found somewhere that's like a large source of magical energy, I would imagine it stays and nests. All the dragons that we know of, whether it's Krakatorix or any of the others, seem like they like to kind of have a base or a place that they stay, and they don't seem to roam a great deal constantly.
I don't think anybody knows where Kralkatorrik is.
But he had a base long enough for Destiny's Edge to fight him, yeah?
I guess.
Kralkatorrik?
Yeah. Isn't he like nobody knows where he is?
No, everybody knows where he is.
Oh, I
Sorry,
thought he was.
When Destiny's Edge fought Kralkatorrik, he killed Snaff and Glint. And as Destiny's Edge retreated, he sort of like smashed into the ground at a place called Prophet's Fall. Prophet being Glint. And everybody knows what that is. He is presumed to be there. I will say that. No one has laid eyes on him in several years.
Yeah, do we know, do dragons tend to pick a lair and stay there? And they don't move?
Sample size of 1.
Yeah, I mean,
I
we
would say
knew Zaitan, I guess, didn't.
Based on what you know, it kind of depends on the dragon. Lesser dragons can sometimes have multiple layers, but they have them and they maintain them. It's sort of like having a summer home, you know, like you have places that you can defend and keep safe, you know, where you store bits of treasure and goods that you gather in those different places, rather than haul your entire trove to the next continent or whatever. The elder dragons, you know that Zaitan kept his ass in Ara, being as incredibly defensible as that place was, it made sense. You know that Jormag doesn't, as far as you know, doesn't have a single lair. Nobody really knows where Jormag is. There's just an enormous blizzard that covers like hundreds of square miles, and he's presumed to be the cause of it. And Kralkatorrik, if he had a lair, people don't know where it would have been, because the area where he and Glint kind of crashed into the earth is kind of like a blast zone. It's like a huge crystalline crater, and no one's dared to go near it. So, kind of hard to...
Was Primordus?
Primordus woke up and destroyed most of the underground Asuran civilization, and nobody knows where he's at.
That's right. He's the one we don't have no clue where he is.
So, really, other than Zaitan,
No,
we have
Zaitan's
no
most
reason
of what.
to think he, like, elder dragons pick a place and stick there and won't move around.
Although the Coda did say something, I think, about like the way the elder dragons disrupt or imbalance nature. Thought there was something there.
I think they believe they are a disruption rather
Is it
than
just their natural disruption themselves?
yeah. They're not.
Thinking
They're out of the cycle.
We go in, see him holed up somewhere, and then he moves, and then we have to start over, you know.
Well, that's certainly
That would also
possible.
require him to know that he, you know, might move if he knows that we saw him, but if he doesn't know that we're there...
Yeah, I mean, there's not enough information either way to say, like, that they also move around constantly. I think it's also, if Case right and what Alexa saw is right, and there is somewhere that's like a large magical font within the jungle. It would be helpful to know, I guess, where that is at the very least. So, if we find that, even if it's not the dragon, or even if the dragon's there and then moves, at least it's helpful to know where a large potential area of magical energy is.
We can at least.
Do we have a way to find that?
My gut?
Hmm.
Well, if we follow these perceived ley lines that Alexa experienced and assume that they may be connected to a body of water, if it seems like water can hold such magical powers, potentially in this world, I don't know. A lot of it is up in the air because a lot of these places the dragons have gone are places that have not been well explored, especially since said dragons appeared. So
It is a better lead than nothing. So, but if we see the dragon, we leave. Okay, Scott's on
plus,
that?
if you stay here, you just can listen to Bertie berate you all day for not having bait. So
It is my sacred duty to encourage hygiene.
I mean, he does worship Lissa.
There's no point in killing an elder dragon and getting famous if you're not going to look fabulous when you do it.
Oh, you stinky, stinky man. Okay, well, let's get to work.
Okay. So, first, the plan is just like the first two steps.
Teleport wish.
Okay, Galatar is going to cast teleport using the moss-covered stone,
yes,
and he's taking all of you.
yes.
And then, as soon as you apparate there, are both of you using Wish to cast Etherealness?
Yeah, we'd
Yes.
have to cover everybody, but yeah.
Okay.
We do have a magic item that casts etherealness on one person, if that helps any.
Not this math.
I thought you could get 3 people, Alexa.
Yeah.
So, who else going?
I think
All of us
everybody
but Birdie.
All
Birdie and
5 of
Kay.
you.
Oh, so, okay. I thought Kala wasn't for some reason. But
I can stay
I
back.
wanna
if
go
you
in. I think it's a
not
bad
want
idea,
to,
but
if one of you doesn't want to use a spell slot, I can stay back. But if not, we both long rest.
Yeah, you
it
might as
shouldn't
well
matter if we're just looking
Right,
and coming
right.
back.
It's gonna be
We're just
fine. It's a
It should be
3-hour tour. We'll be right back.
come. Again, we've got like 3 different fallback plans.
At least.
okay.
I've still got a couple teleports that I can bust out too.
Sounds good to me.
I just don't have the stone.
Oh yeah, do you want to grab a stone from here before we go, just so you've got one? Oh,
Chaos magic, I feel the luck.
you sure? Here, do you just want to take the stone?
No,
Like,
we're
please.
good.
Alexa's
Okay.
like feeling the vibe of the place.
I took a stone from this place into the bag of holding.
Okay. All right. As you guys kind of step off and prepare yourself, Kaith just nods and says, "Good luck."
Yeah, same.
Yeah, for real. Good luck keeping an eye on Bertie.
You may wish you came along.
I think I'll be all right. Don't get dead.
True. Alright, love you, Bertie.
I'll be right here when you get back. Pick me up some wine.
Okay.
All right. So Galatar, you take that familiar white stone with the algae on it, concentrate, kind of close your eyes, pulling the magic that you need. It's a high level spell, so it takes a bit of concentrated effort, but then you open your eyes, begin speaking the magic words. Do you guys have to hold hands for this? Do you have to be touching?
I think so.
Let me double check. I always forget.
That might just be plane shift.
Oh, it
Someone
might
can hold-
be plane shift.
Plane shift is link hands.
Yeah,
in a
it's
circle.
transports you and up to 8 willing creatures that you can see within range. So anybody within 10 feet of me.
All right.
But plane shift we do have to touch if we want to get the fuck out of the ethereal realm.
So as you stand there, all of a sudden the world around you twists in an odd kaleidoscopic way. You get a little dizzy. You get that dropping elevator sensation in your stomach. But then you find yourselves standing in the jungle, listening to the sound of a running stream as it trickles by your feet. The sound of birds in the trees, distant calls of animals in the trees far away. And instantly, the two of you begin working the spells for etherealness. Although I guess if you're both using Wish, it's just verbal only. The rest of you hear them intoning their wish that you all could slip beneath the skin of the world. And for a moment, you feel this slight wave of dizziness, and everything around you sort of ripples and blurs. And you watch as the distance of your vision shrinks in, almost like a fog has fallen at about 60 feet beyond you. Everything within that range is kind of desaturated and a bit blurry and sort of ripped at the edges as this strange visual effect informs you that you have shifted into this ethereal plane. And as soon as that happens, you hear these heavy footfalls. And Galatar, your head whips across the stream, and you see an enormous tree get pushed out of the way as this towering 17, 18 foot high, thick tree-shaped creature with stumpy legs and these long arms ending in knotted branch-like fingers moves two trees as though it was parting curtains in a shop, and stalks its way forward, stepping with a splish splash into the shallow, slow-moving water. It turns one way slowly, and you can just see this odd... You've seen trees before with like knots and growth that like kind of look like faces, you know, to your imagination, and this slightly more so. These large black eyes. No whites, it's all black, but there's this green spark deep in their depths as it turns its bulk, its big green canopied top left to look down the stream, sweeps slowly back again right. Its width easily 7-8 feet wide at the shoulder. It looks for a moment, and it's oddly silent. And then you hear it let out this deep bellow that kind of echoes across the stream bed, followed shortly by returning calls that sound not so big, but there are half a dozen further north up the stream, followed by yet more further south down the stream. And it just stands there, looking, first to one side and then very slowly sweeping its gaze across the stream back to the other side. And it just keeps doing it as you all stand there, still in the ethereal plane. It doesn't seem to see you.
Well, this is already going off to a great start. Now we know that we're absolutely surrounded.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that tried to kill me before, or very similar to it.
Hear us?
No, no, it can't hear or see or it can't even feel. I'll go up to it and like wave my arm at it.
Kind of passes through.
It's just like the time Alexa and I used the portal at Garenhoff's Tower. And you all couldn't see us or hear us or anything like that. This is that same plane.
Well, I guess let's get going then.
So do we also feel what Alexa felt, like that sort of ley line or the magical hole or any of that stuff?
If you are, I know you're trained in Arcana, so if you are trained in Arcana, you can make a Wisdom Arcana check to see if you detect anything of the sort.
Is that just my Arcana -1? Because I have a -1 Wisdom, so it would just be
Plus your proficiency.
Well, no, because your Arcana, like if you roll the Arcana skill, it's going to add your
oh,
int
it would
modifier.
add 5, so
Yeah.
it would be
So it would be D20 -1 plus your proficiency bonus.
plus 12 for the expertise. Okay. $28. Oh, sorry, -1. 27.
Yeah. You are very familiar with the arcane. It's odd. Normally, you know, when you're around the presence of magic, you know that there are spells, there are rituals that can pinpoint and identify magical fields, that can alert you to the presence of strong magics. But sometimes it's just enough to kind of focus your attention and sort of feel if there's anything nearby that has a particularly arcane nature. Weirdly enough, where you are right now, you feel nothing. You almost feel exposed. It's like a blanket has been taken from you. As you reach out, you don't feel anything.
So shall we follow the stream?
We at least should if we've got a few hours. And try and, I don't know, rustle up some of these tree people.
Okay. So you're gonna follow the flow of the water?
Yeah.
Okay. So this stream heads south, past the feet of this big tree creature. And it continues for a couple dozen feet before another small, very slow-moving stream joins it, coming from the east, and the two of them kind of merge and head west. As you reach this confluence, this fork, you see that there is a low kind of spit of land that sort of sticks out as the stream that you're on kind of J-hooks to meet the other. And a single tall, kind of almost tropical looking tree kind of grows out of it. And stalking quietly along the bank of the stream toward you are two big creatures. It's weird. You look at these things, and the way they move is almost canine. They have the general sort of layout and proportions and movement of wolves tracking their way towards prey. But their skin is grooved and textured like bark. Except for let me see if I can get this. Except for about halfway up the rib cage, where the flesh ends, and there are just bony mass protrusions. It looks like an exposed rib cage uniting at a bare spine that runs along this humped ridge. And the spine itself seems almost to be attached to the rest of the creature with root-like growths that penetrate into the what would have been flesh and is now more like bark. Little red blossoms kind of growing up from tendrils that stick upward from the spine. The spine itself, as it arches forward like a neck, is not connected where a neck should be connected. It bends forward like a heavy flower, and at the end, as big as a very large wolf's head, is what looks like a closed tulip blossom with I don't know the technical term in biology. I don't know if it's pistils and stamen, like the little growths inside a flower that have like the pollen and stuff. There's like 6 of them that protrude, and they are moving from side to side, almost like they are sensing the environment. You see these creatures stalking toward you, like in your direction, along the near edge of this stream. And as you watch, just moving into the range of your vision, on the far side of the stream, there are 2 more. So it looks like there are 2 pairs, one on each side of the stream, moving in your direction of these creatures. I'll share this image with you. As they sweep their heads back and forth, one of them peels its petals back to expose the skeletal skull of a large wolf-like creature. The stamen reaching out of its mouth like a tongue as it's and it withdraws its
It's
head.
a cute puppy.
The petals close around it once more, leaving the stamen exposed as they wave back and forth.
Does it seem like they notice us, or like have a sense we're there and are trying to find us?
As you take a hot second and watch them, they do not seem to be heading directly towards you. They seem to be methodically moving from west to east, back up the way the water is flowing, like against the flow. Do you react in any way? Is there anything you guys want to do at this point?
Still ethereal. I ain't got nothing to say to these guys.
No, I mean, make
Hello.
the mental notes of their existence.
Yeah, I'm just kind of watching them, trying to figure out if they're hunting something or just on patrol. Kind of trying to figure out what they're doing.
So you guys all kind of stop for a moment, watch these creatures as they make their slow way, stalking, their heads kind of sweeping back and forth, and every now and then one stops, raises its head, and those petals peel back, revealing that skull-like wolf head. The jaw gaping open, teeth hanging there in the air as those stamen just sort of lashed the air around it, almost like a snake's tongue tasting the air, and they move their head back and forth on this weird plant stalk of a spine before closing again and resuming their search. And about this time, there is a sudden movement as a flock of birds is sort of disturbed from a nearby tree, and coming in at the distance of your vision, about 60 feet from you, moving out of the fog that sort of shrouds your distance, a large creature, almost like the closest thing I can think of is a cross between like a velociraptor and a tyrannosaurus, or a triceratops. It's this big, bulky, reptilian scaled creature with a longish tail, stumpy little hind legs, a big flanged skull with two horns, but they aren't bone. They are like massive thorns, like what you saw in the canyon growing out of the vines. And its scaly flesh is interrupted with patches of bark-like texture, its eyes glowing green, slitted like a cat's. And sitting astride this creature, with a great sword in one of its hands, is another one of these humanoid-shaped creatures like you fought in the Vinerath's lair. And its head sort of moving back and forth across the bank. You see it's like it's watching these two groups of wolf-like creatures. And it's just very slowly keeping about 10 feet distance between them.
We can pop out right now if you want, Brina. We could just give them a pair of hugs.
Listen, I'm fine. It works out. Keep moving.
You guys
Fucking
pass
Demogorgon
like through
dogs.
them. Yeah.
I don't like walk through them. I'll like walk past them. I'm not fucking. No.
Yeah,
I mean, if I'm like in line, I'll walk right through them.
Yeah, Brita's really off put by, I think, being ethereal, so she definitely like gives a wide berth even though there's no like physical element to it. It's so weird.
So you guys kind of passed in and around this group. As you make your way downstream, they are passing you going back upstream. And you hear this figure that is mounted on the back of this dinosaur-like monstrosity say in like an audible voice, "Che naktashi nisanda." Do any of you speak Draconic?
Oh.
I do.
I don't. I thought I did, but I don't.
It's
I do not.
unusual to hear it spoken. It is something that has been studied, but there aren't many native speakers of it. And this is an odd dialect, but the gist that you get is we move north slowly. And they just continue at their pace. There's a brief sort of chittering from the wolf-like creatures in acknowledgement, it seems. And they all just sort of continue. As you kind of turn, you see them bend north the way you came towards the tree monster.
Yeah, it seems like they're patrolling to the north. I guess we could keep exploring to the south, maybe try and find where they came from.
I think eventually we'll find good old capital M.
Plus,
It would also be interesting to see what they do when they get to the giant trees. Like, do they fight or do they talk?
That's true. We should probably check on that.
You guys follow the scout party?
Yeah, I think Cola's got the right idea, at least until like they get towards the tree and we see that interaction.
Okay. So moving slowly, but they are also moving slowly. You're able to keep pace with them. And Brina, this is an odd sensation for you because like you're moving along the ground, but occasionally, like when an obstacle comes into your path, you just kind of think about stepping over it and your body just rises a little bit. It's like running in a video game with the collision cheats on. Like,
Yeah.
sort of like move, and it's a weird disconnect from thought and matter, and yeah.
I think it's like roller skating for the first time where you're like, my body's never done this before, so she's getting used
Kinda,
to
yeah.
it. Disadvantage on perception. She's stupid.
Eventually, you guys see these creatures kind of catch up to the area where this tree monster is, and at first, like, you get within 60 feet, and you're looking around like, where did the tree creature go? And then you realize, like, it's just standing very still, and it just looks like a tree, like a thick, short tree. It's moved a little bit, kind of back into the tree line, and as these creatures get nearer, it sort of shakes itself a little bit and just takes a half step out and sort of leans over a bit. The wolves continue to make their way past it. One of them sort of leans over and its petals expose that skull again, and the stamens sort of brush against its leg. The petals close and the wolf continues. The rider approaches and you hear another exchange. Nijak torste sigak. No. And there's this very slow exchange, and Galatar, the gist of it is, what was it? Intruders. Many. They disappeared. And the other guy responds like, we'll be careful then. Good work. But it's not so clinical. It's hard to describe. It's such a weird language, and it's a dialect that, like, you've studied a lot of languages, and you gather that this hasn't been like a spoken thing in a very long time. But those are the overtones of the conversation. And then the wolves and the rider turn back around and begin coming downstream. And for a moment, the creature stands there, and you watch as it turns its head north, and it stops and waits. And for a second, you're not sure what's going on. You just see it sort of staring off northward where the stream comes from. But after a few moments, another pair of wolves appears from the north. And after about a minute, another pair on the opposite side of the stream coming from the same direction appears. And they get closer and closer to the tree, approaching you, until finally another mounted rider appears within your range of vision. And a similar exchange follows. He approaches the treant and says, what was it? And the treant says, intruders were here. Many. They left, disappeared. Be watchful. And the other guy responds and says, we will. It's odd because there's no emotion. But there is awareness and consciousness that you detect after a time. Like they're communicative beings. But the rider slowly kind of wheels his mount around and begins moving back north the way he came.
Well, Kola, thank goodness you came. You were absolutely right. They are clearly working together. It would seem the tree acted as a sentry, and they are currently in the process of looking for us. So,
Sentry.
Great. So our shenanigans have put them on high alert.
well, to be fair, I would assume he probably had direct communication with his minions that we killed, so I would already assume the dragon's on high alert.
I mean, he knows
I
something's
guess.
up.
They thought we were way back there. Now they know we're here.
Yeah, I also flew here yesterday, so I mean, I may have that could be on me.
It's a potato kind of thing. It's okay.
We do know they have almost invisible scouts now. I mean, they
Yeah.
just look like trees, so.
And they've got these weird flower bone wolf, creepy, also super interesting things as well.
Planted wolves.
Good recon
Planted
from
wolves.
the Pact troops, though. I mean, if anything.
Ahern is gonna be like double proud of us.
Ugh.
As you guys have this conversation, the large tree creature with a
No.
grunt sort of turns around, and you see that its back has this big, pulsating, glowing green pustule.
Oh,
And emanating from that are like little veins of glowing green that kind of trip down the back of its tricep and kind of disappear under the bark of its elbow. And you watch as it sort of like throws one hand to the right and throws the other hand to the left, like flicks them. And from behind it, you can see that the underside of its palms, as it does this, like kind of crack open at the wrist. And there is this drip of glowing kind of yellow-green sap-like substance that sort of like pours down its hands and starts dripping off of its long, branched, twiggy fingers. And it stalks over to the side of this, what looks like a game trail, where animals come down to this stream to drink. And it goes up to 2 trees that are about 3.5 to 4 feet in diameter. It looks from one to the other, and you watch as it seems to take a big breath, and the pulsing pustule on its back sort of swells and glows an even more vibrant green, its heartbeat like pulsing, quickening. And then boom, boom, it shoves its claw-like fingers into the bark of these 2 trees. And you watch as the glowing sap-like substance seems to pulse down its arms into the bark of these 2 trees, and you watch as cracks and glowing green and also like dark black-edged veins kind of pulse into these trees and grow larger and larger. And for several seconds it just sits there like convulsing with its claws in these 2 trees until eventually it rips its hands away, and you see this like, it's like Winnie the Pooh dipping out honey, like stringy, as it pulls out this glowing pussy sap, sort of like splashes down the outside of the trees as the creature steps back. And you see now that the pustule on its back has shrunken, having sort of disgorged its contents into these 2 trees. It takes a couple of steps back. Tobie, Noftehindo, Sronden, Mordrem. And Galatar, you hear, awake now. Guard this place in the name of the Mordrem.
Oops.
And you watch as these 2 trees kind of like quiver, and 2 of their large branches pop down, cracking into place, much like its own 2 arms. Their lower halves kind of quake and shiver and split at the bottom, forming into 2 leg-like appendages, and the 2 trees begin to move their way into the stream and take up flanking positions, 1 on each bank. And just standing very still, you notice that they look very much just like trees. And then you see the big tree and say, "This is good." And he turns around and starts disappearing back into the trees. You hear like groaning of trees as they are moved aside, and its big clumping footsteps as he leaves.
Okay, say what you will. We may cause problems by coming on our scouting mission, but I mean, it's pretty good knowledge to know that 1 evil tree can make more evil trees. That's also terrifying, and we're heading into a jungle full of them.
Yeah, like all of this knowledge we've gained is a victory.
Yeah, and also super scary. I mean, it's a jungle full of trees. If they're all evil, we are not going to do well.
I feel like
We just gotta burn it down.
Well, But the ecology would be destroyed, and I'm sure there are like tons of very interesting species yet to be studied.
And a lot of them are probably dragon related.
Yeah.
Galatar, make a just like a basic intelligence check for me.
$19.
19. Okay, it's a good roll. Like rough, really rough ballparking. Your day that you spent flying over the jungle, the distance that you saw, the distance you traveled, really rough ballpark. This is not like cartographically accurate by any means, but really rough estimate. Just the part of the jungle you could see, you're thinking is like between 75,000 and 100,000 square miles. Like, it's an enormous area.
Yeah.
Burning it down, very difficult.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also, exploring it every inch, very, very difficult.
Just have a gender reveal party. We'll start.
You're hot topic.
Hey.
Alexa, do you think that just because the creatures are dragon related that they should be destroyed?
Well, if they're corrupted, if they've been turned by the dragon and they're gonna try and kill us.
Yeah, I agree. Branded, risen, planted, whatever, we gotta kill them.
They're not of this natural order. They don't belong here.
Well,
Reason.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, we've tried the reason. We've tried to decorrupt some of these creatures before. I mean, we haven't had a ton of association with the planted. But even talking to Fallon, like, I think these guys are too far gone.
Right, if we
Nobody
couldn't
had a
save her
problem
brother.
killing Risen. Galatar killed a branded char for sport, right?
I guess
That
it
was
is part
alright.
of that competition. Yeah, no, that's a fair way of putting it. I didn't think about it that way.
Nobody cared.
I'm not. It's like, I mean, we can't reasonably burn down the forest anyway. It's just too large. But I think also, I don't know, things like the trees. Do they all have to be? I don't really know how branded work. When we killed Zaipan, did all the other of those who had been branded by him just stopped functioning, or they continued the fight? Right. So I don't. Like, I don't know that realistically in a forest this size, regardless, we can get rid of all of Mordremoth's influence, because there's no way for us to reasonably go into an unexplored territory, fully explore it, and exterminate every last bit of his power. But we can at least go.
Sounds like a Tuesday.
Yeah, I feel like we could burn down an entire jungle. Not on purpose, but by
On
accident.
Right, we never accomplish it if we set out to do it.
The gang
Yeah.
becomes colonialists. This will be fun. Anyways.
I mean, I guess I do also, like, worst case scenario, if the fighting does not go our way and things are not looking good, I did have that spell scroll I came across, I believe in Ore, that would allow me to summon like a swarm of meteors to descend upon a large area. And you know, that might potentially set a large chunk of the forest ablaze.
That sounds like Plan X.
Also, I'm not sure if there's like a lot of water under here, and this is indeed got a lot of aquifers and stuff, how resilient it might be to something like a large forest fire to begin with. So, anyway, whatever.
Not start with the fire option. Should we track backwards to see if we can find where these spooky guys came from?
Yeah, I think that's smart. We've got like 7.5 hours left of potential exploration.
Is that the next step? Are we going to be okay? This
We've
sucks.
been fine so far.
Yes, they seem not to be able to tell we're here.
Kind of funny.
For now.
For now.
Yeah. I think we can still play it safe and, not like walk directly into them or anything. They shouldn't, based on our understanding, be able to interact with us, but there is always the chance that draconic magic would somehow allow them to do so. So, I mean, we could take precaution, but move forward, like you said, Bryn.
Right. Don't walk through them.
All right. So what are you guys doing now?
Heading the way that they came from, / now I think the way that the ones that we first saw have turned back to go.
Back
So
west and north.
They started going back down the first channel, towards where you initially encountered them. What you notice is that as you continue to follow the stream's flow, it bends and you start moving west. They go east up the other fork. So your paths diverge,
The loneliest.
assuming you're following the stream.
So should we
Stick with
follow
your hunch?
them instead?
I feel like we should follow the stream.
Kala, you're a hunter. What do your instincts tell you? Do you have like a gut feeling?
Well, it seems like there are a lot of these patrols out here moving in different directions, so I don't know that following one of those is gonna get us anywhere.
There. Stream.
That's a very good point.
If we feel like magic follows the stream, maybe follow the stream.
That's what I think.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do that then.
So you guys start making your way slowly down the stream. And it takes time. Moving through the ethereal is cumbersome. But an hour passes and you don't encounter any more patrols. You do occasionally see signs of life, mostly bird life, high in the canopies. Occasionally you see some branches high up kind of snap back into position, and you can just make out the shape of small monkeys kind of making their way through the trees, but keeping a healthy distance from any open and exposed areas, very rapidly moving back into the shade of the canopy. Even though they don't see you. Like, it seems like a natural behavior of theirs. Kala, with your passive, ridiculous perception and survival skills, you are able, even from the ethereal plane, to notice along the riverbank a wide variety of tracks. Having walked over them for so very far, it's easy for you to pick out the large mount creatures that you saw and the wolf-like other scout-like creatures that you saw previously. And you can tell that there are other patrols in the area. Not all of them seem to be flowing along the river. Some of them cross it at various trails. And Galatar, as you're looking around, you see a lot of these trails like lead down to the water where creatures might come to drink, but you notice that you cannot see them from above because the canopy overshadows them all. Some of them look like they would even be very difficult to walk through if you weren't in the ethereal plane, because the opening is just very narrow. It's like small creatures kind of, burrow their way through the undergrowth.
Looking at all these tracks, can I get a rough idea of like the number
Of scouts?
Yeah. Is it like a few and they're traveling long distances, or does it seem like there are a lot of them and they don't have to travel quite so far?
Make a survival check for me. Is that a nat 1 for a 26?
For a 26,
Fucking
yeah, it
rogues.
is.
High level rogue shit.
That's awesome.
For the average tracker, even experienced, it would be impossible to tell. You, however, are even here in this strange terrain, because you've not spent a lot of time in jungle environments. It occurs to you, looking at the various intersections where you're able to find these tracks, that you can't really tell if it's the same patrol, but all the patrols seem to be made of the same number of creatures. There's always a heavily mounted larger creature and then 4 wolf-like creatures. And they tend to split 2 wolves on either side of the stream, or path, when possible. Sometimes on some of the narrow trails you see them all kind of mudged up together, but in a space of an hour traveling along the stream, you encounter 3 more sets of tracks. Looking at their freshness, or their not freshness, like judging the amount of time it's been since they passed by, there's at least 2 separate patrols that made these. A couple of them are sort of recent, so depending on where the trails lead when they pass out of your sight, it could have been them looping back, but you're not sure. So at least 2, maybe 3, in addition to the 2 you saw before, within about an hour of travel. At a slow pace, because it's difficult to travel through the ethereal. This seems to be a fairly well-patrolled part of the jungle, I will say.
So about equal to how things were in Ore? Like that densely packed with minions?
It does not look like an army has passed through here at any point.
Okay.
Yeah, these tracks seem to be fairly isolated groups.
But probably a lot of small patrol groups.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys continue another hour, and during this hour, I would say, Kala, you stumble across, at first, what is bewildering sign at the edge of a stream, until you remember the tree creature you saw, and it looks like a weird smoosh about the size that creature's weirdly shaped root-like feet would have made the sort of indentation. So there's at least 1 more of them around here. Much the same as before. It's being ethereal. If you guys like get off the beaten path just a little bit to kind of look up some of these trails, you notice that as soon as you're away from the water, everything is eerily silent. Like, there's still bird calls from high above, there's still the sound of insects from time to time, but it's all tiny creatures, small creatures. There's virtually no sign of large herbivores or like wild boars or anything that would normally be walking through the underbrush. There's no sound of like lizards or like squirrels or tree-dwelling small critters that would skitter across the ground. The only life you really see kind of flourishing or hear is high in the canopy. And with that survival roll, it definitely seems to you, Kala, that animals are avoiding the ground. Another hour goes by as you continue to follow the stream, I assume. You do pass another patrol. You kind of come upon one of these crossings as they are emerging from the forest to your right, as they cross the stream in front of you. And this time, with them, floating about 15 feet in the air, is another one of those large, flowery creatures, its roots kind of dangling beneath it, ever moving, almost like it's feeling the air as well, hovering in the air behind them slowly as it floats along and crosses the river with them. About a half hour later, at a similar junction where another stream kind of comes in and forms a Y with this stream, You encounter another patrol. This one has 2 mounted riders. And 6 of the wolves instead of 4.
Oh,
And as you kind of let them pass by, Galatar, you hear one of the mounted guards say to the other, "Won't be long now. Chrysanthia says preparations are almost complete." And the other one thinks about that for a second, turns, and you can see this this weird face where part of it's kind of peeled forward, exposing mushroom growths on the head. And the other one just replies, "Good. I'm tired of waiting. Guarding the tree is tiresome." And they continue on. Their game trail that they're following kind of leads up a slight hill and then vanishes into the trees.
2 quick questions. One, chrysanthemum, was that the name? Chrysanthia?
Chrysanthia.
And then part of that question was that wasn't one of the names like Keith mentioned associated with the Nightmare Court, was it?
Duchess Chrysanthia.
Okay, that was the Duchess. And then the second question is, when I had previously scryed on Fallon and the pods and everything, were those at like the base of a tree? Was there a large tree?
There was a big tree.
Okay, great.
With a big green pustule thing that she stepped into.
Great. Yeah, so this is not good. For one, it would appear that Duchess Chrysanthia leading these men, or women. And for 2, it would seem that the large tree that I saw Fallon into when I was scrying on her, that she then turned into that abomination, may be nearby. Perhaps they talked about protecting a tree, so I would assume it might be that one, but they're almost ready for whatever it is they're planning to do. So, yeah.
good thing we can do so much about it in the ethereal plane.
Well, we're discovering a lot of information that could be useful at least. I mean, at least we know they're almost ready, so we should be...
I guess tonight's watch needs to be extra vigilant.
Yeah, have we figured out what we needed to know?
Well, I'd like to make it nearer the large tree if we can.
Right.
It's got to be relatively close by if the patrols are like doubling in power, right?
I assume it's at the
Maybe.
wherever the streams go to. Yeah.
Considering how far we've walked and how far Galatar said he flew, how long is it going to take the Pact to get here? If I try to figure out how long it takes an army to march this distance.
It's gonna
Make
take.
an intelligence survival check.
It's gonna be like fucking years. It's gonna be a 26. I don't even know why you're asking her to roll.
Could be.
Can't be a 26.
Oh, okay.
But it will be
We can do
a
it.
23.
Shit, never mind.
From what Galatar described as his distance of flight, where you are, and you've traveled for 3.5 hours now, at a slow pace, but still steady travel.
Hmm.
An army the size of, the airships could get here in a day or two.
Yeah.
You know, the weight of the Pact, I mean, they'd probably have to cut their way through the jungle because there's no road.
Mm.
And the stream, while not terribly deep, is uneven and sometimes kind of deep. Like, you can't really use it as a road. So you're talking at least like a week and a half, 2 weeks, maybe more if things oppose them. Yeah, it would take a long time.
Okay. Yeah, just, so you guys know, the Pact is gonna be like 2 or 3 weeks getting out here. Longer.
I mean, it's. Ay, ay, ay. I feel
Well,
like we're.
Traherne will tell us what to do.
Traherne is gonna have to tell us what to do. I've never. Yeah, I don't
I'm just
command
saying,
armies.
if we find a good target to attack, like, by the
Well, the
time they get
tree's not gonna
here,
go anywhere.
That's
well,
true.
maybe.
I mean, fair.
Those other trees kind of move.
But if it's tied to the magical ley lines, it really can't move.
Hmm.
And assuming it's the one with the
Yeah.
pods, I don't know that it would be able to be mobile either because of that.
That's why we gotta go find it.
But yeah, so
Alright.
what are you proposing? Like if we find the tree, do we just like hit and run? Like I don't know.
Well, once
No,
we find the tree, we just go back home.
Mm,
Okay. Because I mean you're right, like if it's going to take the Pact forces that long, like we've got to leave it up to Traherne to figure out the strategy.
yeah, I'm just saying I don't think we can do anything here but look around.
That's all I want to do.
Yeah, and there may be a chance that Mordremoth is at the tree or at least relatively
not.
close by. I don't know.
All right, so you guys continue down the river. Okay. So you keep going, and every now and then you kind of stop to rest a little bit. Travel through the ethereal's weird, and it's tiring. You do pass several more patrols in a variety of formations. You see a couple more of the floating like flower monsters with the eye in the middle. Some patrols that are heavier, like more wolves, more mounted people, but not too many. I think the biggest one you'd see is 4 mounted riders and 10 wolves, and a plant monster, like a floating flower thing. Occasionally, you find like 2 of these mounted riders with no wolves, and a pair of those like hulking tree things that Kaith killed in the Vinerath's lair. But you begin to notice a change in the forest. The sounds around you change. The bird song dies away. Just the faintest calls from time to time. The abundance of life is no longer present. The stream bed becomes wider. The green growths that flank you and create these large, impenetrable walls of foliage shrink and wither away. The leaves becoming dry, dead. The thick green underbrush replaced with brambles and thorns, bushes with large spiny growths on them. Roots and branches and heavy leaves had obscured your vision before and would obviously impede direct progress through the jungle, but now those things become grasping briars and patches of bramble, and the color seems to leach out of the area. The brilliant variety of deep greens and bright yellows and reds and oranges and purples, pinks of jungle flowers, fruits, and birds, of what little life you can see, all sort of fades into a dull gray-brown monochrome. And about the time the 2 of you spellcasters realize that you've got about an hour left of your etherealness, you come to a point where a large, thorny hedge wall of similar to what you've seen before. These massive, like 5-foot thick, thorny vines kind of arch over the stream bed and form this high wall about 30 feet high in either direction, kind of disappears into the jungle. But there is an open archway in front of you about 20 feet wide, 20 feet high at the apex. On either side stand on either side is one of the big tree creatures that you saw with the pustule on its back. These kind of sway back and forth, sweeping their eyes across the ground, looking up into the tree lines, even looking up into the sky before bringing their gaze back down in a very systematic way. And as they kind of shake from side to side, you can see that the pustules on their back are full and pulsing with this bright glowing fluid. You can see movement on the other side of the arch. You can see these wolves kind of crawling their way across the stream bed, and it looks like on the other side of the wall there is not dense, thick jungle on either side. It looks like a much more open area. And occasionally, as you kind of sit there and take a moment, you see the shadowy outline of one of these mounted riders kind of cross your field of vision on the other side of the arch. It looks like you've reached a place of some significance. What precisely, you can't tell. But you do have time to investigate it if you wish.
We can continue on. We've still got a little bit of time. And at the very least, we could pop into the demi-plane if things get really dicey.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we've come all this way. It would be prudent to figure out what the heck this is.
We are gonna have to be solid again for a minute, though, before we leave, right?
Ideally, we'll leave straight from here back to camp.
But if you're asking if we have to leave the ethereal plane before we can to teleport, yes, for Lexa's.
I can plane shift us.
Shifting. I think we could do from here in the ethereal plane because it would be from one plane to another.
And that'll take us back to camp.
It could take us somewhere,
close.
and then I could teleport us back to camp. It would put us in the vicinity of camp.
What if it takes us right here?
It can.
And with plane shift, I will point out, you can specify a teleportation circle that you know, and go directly there. And then teleport back to camp if you wish. Just throwing that out.
Wow,
Yeah.
Our DM doesn't want us to die.
I am a merciful DM.
But do we want to show up and call in our room again?
Didn't somebody
Oh, a
else give
couple
us
of places
access
now.
to a teleportation circle we could
Don't we
use?
have a teleportation circle in our house?
I don't think so.
No, those things
Like,
are
Alex, why
very.
not make one?
Do you know how expensive it is to do a teleportation?
It takes a
circle
Great.
year
permanently?
or two.
Expensive.
It's a year.
Then
It's like 20.
In Tyria, if you are interested in building yourself one, the time is 30 days.
Oh, I remember he told us that
full
now.
lunar cycle.
Still really expensive, though, right?
I don't know if it consumes the cost on each casting. It might,
We're
but
as rich as gods.
Yeah,
Okay.
we shit gold.
We should probably have one by now.
But we could just wish half of it if we were there.
Okay, I can teleport wherever I want to. Okay, I don't need to have a teleportation circle for other people. We normally just teleport to other places. Also, I think the Dermot Priory gave me access to theirs. And a few others. I've got my spellbook if you would want to just like read the sigil for it, Alexa, and use the. And we could go there. I mean, the Dermot Priory is part of the Pact forces.
I mean, we
Plus,
can
they
do
got
that.
this really
If
cool
you
collection
want to
of
have
books
a
you guys should see.
sure thing.
Yeah, it's really bad if we accidentally end up right back here. That tree knew
agree.
we were there instantly.
Yeah, that was a little weird.
Hmm.
It was
Yeah.
on us.
That is remarkably perceptive of that tree.
Magically so, one might say.
Perhaps that totally makes sense. Okay, should we continue on? We've got like 58-ish, 57-ish minutes left.
We at least gotta find out where the birthing tree is. It's kind of like the giving tree.
Well, hopefully we'll learn a lot here in the next little bit and be able to report it back. All in all, I mean, so far this has been a wonderfully informative little escapade.
If just informing us how terrifying it's gonna be.
So you guys make your way into the archway. As you cross into it, you can see like it's about a 5-foot thick thorn wall. It's a pretty hefty fortification. But the interior space has been drained of almost every semblance of life. It is a dull, blasted, gray-brown wasteland. Except about 300 feet in front of you, there is what looks like a massive redwood tree. Like the base of its trunk is like 10 feet in diameter. It's huge, but it is black. It looks almost like a tree that has been charred in a fire, or like the silhouette of a tree. But it's shaped like an oak in that it rises up to a height of like 60 feet before massive, thick branches curl off almost like ram's horns and form this domed canopy all on its own. Looking from this distance, it almost looks like a black spiky mushroom, the way these branches kind of curve on an umbrella-like covering. But even at this distance, you can see it is pockmarked. It looks like the tree has chicken pox, with these pulsing green glowing pustules all around the base of the trunk and up onto the higher levels, and even dangling from these now low hanging branches are big drooping fleshy pods of a similar like green viscous looking glowing material. Between you and this tree, in the intervening 250, 300 feet, are hundreds of Mordrem. There are probably 4 dozen wolves. Some are gathered together and sitting in an almost posed fashion at the foot of these large humanoid creatures who seem to hold them on what look like bramble leashes as they look around casually, each bearing a massive greatsword on its back. There are dozens of these mounted riders, just sort of, some of them are actively riding the perimeter, some of them are standing next to their mounts, sort of holding them by the neck, patting them a little bit, and you see the mounts kind of fidget and shake. It's a bizarre cacophony of breathing and chittering sounds from one to the other. Occasionally there's a as the mount creatures kind of like growl and huff at each other. There are maybe a dozen of the floating flower creatures that sort of like waft their way from group to group. Lining the walls, you can see it's a generally circular area, but lining the walls at intervals are those husk tree-like creatures. They weren't like the big tree guy you saw earlier with the pustule. These are the ones you fought with the vine wrath. Big, like thick, brutish looking. They kind of resemble trolls, but they have thick bark-like hide and really kind of featureless wooden faces. And there's probably 30 just sort of stacked around the edges, like every 30 or 40 feet you see another one standing, silent and immobile. The tree itself dominates the area, and rather than sit on a hill, it actually sits in the bottom of a slight depression in the center of the space. And there are 40 of these humanoid-shaped plant monsters with their great swords. All have their great swords drawn, and they're just sort of clustered about the base of the tree. And you kind of move. There are every now and then a patrol of a couple of mounted guys with a couple of the wolf dog creatures. Just kind of move casually across the space. It seems like they're not really moving with a purpose. They're just sort of ambling around, generally keeping an eye on things. But as you get closer to the tree, you start to hear a rhythmic, low rumbling chant. It's not being said loudly, but it's being said by so many creatures that you are starting to pick it up. And Galatar, you pick it up the words because they are in Draconic. And it says, "He is the ancient. He is the land. He is the ancient. He is the land. Mordremoth. 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 He is the ancient. He is the land." And it just goes into a cycle. As you get closer, you approach like the edge of this shallow depression. You see this massive tree growing up out of the middle, and these people are kind of standing in front of you, but they're slightly lower, so you can see over their heads as they stand inside this bowl. And at the base of this tree, between two massive roots, there is a particularly large, glowing, pulsating nodule. And in front of it is a nightmarish-looking humanoid figure. It's a little bigger than a normal person. It's about Brina's size. Clearly feminine in its general makeup, with a massive pair of horns that grow out from its forehead and curve backward, almost like what we would call like a devil horn, arcing over its back, the back of its head rather, and kind of pointing up at the last moment, with a smaller set just underneath that, sort of mimicking the same pattern. Skin coal black, textured a bit like bark. The further you get down towards the fingertips, the more like an ashen gray it becomes, and you can see like as the ashen gray color reaches the elbow, it sort of flakes apart, and the darker, blacker material kind of is exposed under it. You can just see in the deep grooves and crevices of this pitch black, fleshy material, glowing, pulsating yellow color. Greenish yellow, much like the growths on the tree. This figure has what looks like two curved blades attached to their back, and long growths that extend out from the hip down, covering the legs, that almost look like nightshade leaves, forming what looks like a rather striking gown that are nevertheless a part of the creature. Their arms raised up towards the sky. The chant swells and grows, and it seems like they are reveling in it. And you notice that the pulsating of this nodule is kind of beating in time with the chant. As you stand there watching this, the figure makes a motion with her hands and cuts off the chant, and everything goes very still. And you notice that the creatures patrolling the area stop. They don't stop and turn, they just don't move. Almost mid-stride, like they just come to a halt and freeze. And the woman speaks. "Now is the time. This, the day, the hour. Our Grand Duchess, fallen. Now we who remain among the Mordrem court take our rightful place at his side. She turns with an imperious gesture and plunges her hands into this pustule growth. And for a moment, it seems like she freezes herself before, with one smooth motion, steps back, withdrawing a similar humanoid shape from the fleshy exterior. The stuff, the membrane on the outside kind of ruptures as she pulls outward and spills this glowing fluid all over the ground at her feet. Doesn't seem to bother her. She extricates this other creature of a similar size, like it's Brina-esque, like it's taller than the rest of these creatures, but humanoid in proportions. This one has a bizarre growth on its head. It almost looks like a flower petal on either side. It's a strange fleshy flange on either side of its head. I will find a picture later and share it. But as she pulls this creature forward, she lets out this high-pitched, ululating cry, kind of like, it's a stupid analogy, but like Xena Warrior Princess, like, and it is picked up by the crowd of Mordrem watching. This weird, raucous shout. The creature stepping out of the pustule is just covered head to toe in this slime, this glowing slime, and the heartbeat of the nodule slows until it eventually stops. And you see them kind of stagger a bit, and they're holding on to this woman for balance until she feels confident, and then she releases her grasp and with another imperious turn faces the audience and shouts, "Your man-at-arms, Axemaster Laurent, is reborn!" And you watch as this creature sort of jerks its head in a popping, kind of cracking motion and takes what seems to be its first full breath. The slime sort of falling away to reveal ashy white skin, an eyeless face with a big, gaping, almost Joker-esque grinning mouth with sharp little white shark teeth and blood crimson lips. As it kind of turns its head, you see that two slits that run vertically from where the forehead and the nostrils would be expand as it breathes. As it sort of turns its head, seeing without seeing. And the woman turns to him and says, "Your Duchess commands you. Receive these gifts from our master." And one of the creatures in the front sort of runs up the low area, or I guess runs down because it's the bottom of the depression, towards them and presents reverently these two enormous weapons that to you, like held in your hands, it would be a great axe with a single blade on one side, almost like an executioner's blade. There are two of them, and this creature picks them up, one in each hand, and just holds them out for everyone to see, kind of turns side to side, and then just lets out this echoing bellow.
I guess the court has a new champion.
It exhales, and you see like a bit of slime kind of out of the little slit on its face. As the creature lowers its weapons, the roar from the crowd dying down, it speaks and says,
Hmm.
The master commands us. Take our positions. The time is near. Soon our vines will reach beyond the wastes, and the world will once again belong to dragonkind.
And at this point, there's another cheer from the crowd, and the movement behind you once again resumes. Now, all freestanding creatures, the ones lining the walls, the big towering husks, don't move, but the rest slowly gather their way towards you, towards the caldera, the little cauldron, the little basin in the center, towards this tree. Looking around you, you can feel the energy kind of drawn inward here. As you look around, you can just make out in these hanging pods moving shadows, occasionally twitching with life.
Hmm.
Every now and then, what looks like a handprint kind of pushing against that membranous exterior.
I told you we should just burn the whole jungle.
Yeah, this is a lot of enemies.
All right, let's get out on the other side of the vine wall and get the fuck out of here. I'm full up on knowledge now, and now I'm tipping over into fear.
Yeah, I think the Nightmare Court has found a new name.
Seemingly without any further instruction, you watch as the gathered crowd below spreads out in this protected area, naturally going to equally proportioned units, very much a military muster being turned out. And they begin to gather together and then head towards the gate, one group at a time, like cogs in a clockwork machine.
E3, not to sound presumptuous, but were you born in one of the egg sacs like those? You know, with the handprints on the inside and the little guys.
So Kitra, you know that because you've worked in the nursery where Sylvari awaken, that the pale tree does bear a fruit. It's a metaphor, but the pale tree does have a sort of seed pod from which newborn Sylvari emerge. They are not green, glowing pustule sacs. They are fragrant and beautiful of a variety of colors, with no thorny growths, and they are well tended and cared for by the menders and the shepherds of the Sylvari people.
Is that's not similar to what's happening here? Kind of.
On a level, yes.
Okay. Something is growing.
In an anthropological level.
Yeah. Delish.
Yeah, Galatar saw Fowlin and several others go into the pods, and now you've seen someone emerge who was a Nightmare Courtier transformed.
Yeah, and the Nightmare Courtier that just emerged is of the same general kind as, I'm assuming, I know we didn't confirm that the woman speaking was Cynthia or whatever her name was, but the one speaking, the one that emerged, were generally of the same kind.
Seems like.
Do you think he has two champions, or do you think he just doesn't have a champion, kind of like what Fallon was saying, and instead has this?
Sounds like he's got a lot.
His court is his polyamorous champion.
Yeah, just like a lot of champions.
I mean, I guess if he was behind the Nightmare Court, there's nothing that says he couldn't also have subscribed to like the court structure with himself as king and everybody else just beneath him in some way.
I mean, why limit yourself to just one champion?
Yeah.
Seem pretty devoted in the worship. He's the ancient. He's the land. Ooh.
So, do you think Mordremoth is like under the tree or something?
What if the tree is like his tail? Okay, we can't discuss this right now. We are on a timer.
That is
But
true. Let's leave.
That's true. We should probably get out of here. It's just like their chanting going in time with that thing is super creepy. Okay.
Got some really good recon. Let's leave. Bertie is never going to believe this.
Yeah, he's just gonna tell us we made it up.
Now, Cave, if you promise not to tell, I will share some of the wine that I've secreted with me.
Galatar will get out his spellbook and whatnot and turn to some of the pages with the different arcane signatures he's recorded for teleportation.
Oh, Janice. Oh, there you are. He's
If
back.
she would like to use the one for the Dermot Priory, he'll share the teleportation circles with her.
Yes, I'll pop this.
I was just gonna say, do you have a list of all the circles that you do know?
Somewhere in my notes. Somewhere.
I don't think I've been keeping track of that.
I wrote it down on a page, but I've got like at this point
several.
150 pages or 130 some pages of notes. It's a lot of notes.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's like the Dermot Priory and then Kolinar, and then there are a few cities. Like I think Divinity's Reach gave me access to one there, and yeah.
I think so, somewhere. Yeah.
I couldn't remember if the gates we use are also teleport circles.
Oh, we did get free access to those, didn't we?
I believe you can.
That's
Did we cover using teleportation circle to access those gates?
I can't remember.
Somebody I think gave us like free ability to use those gates in the future, more so than just like not waiving the fee, like the ability to like use a teleportation circle or something to link there. I feel like maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah, I don't recall if that was a thing. But functionally, between you and Alexa, your arcane talents and your intellects, you would know that they are arcane sigil sequences. So you can use them that way. It's just generally prohibited because the Asura want their cut, and because they don't want people bumping into each other, like keeping the traffic lanes clear. Although you also know that in Lion's Arch, for example, there is a gate hub like monitor. That there's like a technician always on duty, so you could let them know, and they can sort of arrange it so that you can come through and won't bump into anybody.
But I mean, is it always the same person if I send them a message?
No, it wouldn't be.
Yeah,
that's
the
a good point. That's a good point.
The catch-22, you can't send a message to a position.
No. But you do know Kolinars and the Dermot Priory. Yeah, we'll have to get together and figure out how many exactly you do know.
Yeah. But I know just because we had done it last downtime that I for sure have the Dermot Priory one now, so we can do that if you want.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, they won't yell at us because they know we're Pact people.
Right. Yeah, so you guys make your way out of the gate, and you watch as like this army of Mordrem starts to make its way out into the jungle to where you're not quite sure, but
Before we leave, the you said it's sort of like a bowl with the tree sitting in like the center of this bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Does it look like the bowl was created by some sort of impact of some kind? Or does it look like it's just sort of...
It does not look like a crater, like a meteor strike.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not quite architecture, but it's definitely been like excavated after a fashion, but it's not like a meteor strike. You're confident of that.
And Kitri, this doesn't look anything like the vision you had at all, right?
Does it look like anything like the vision?
Nah. No waterfalls, no mist. And the tree you saw was gargantuan. It was much bigger than this.
Sweet.
Alright, so
It doesn't look like it.
Alexa casts Plane Shift.
Yes, we all hold hands, everybody. We need to be touching.
Alright. This feels a little less loopy than teleport. Everything around you kind of fades to black, and there's a brief kind of nausea, and then the world kind of fades in around you, and you are standing, holding hands in a stone circle on what looks like a very wide, very tall stone portico, like a covered balcony, and it is bitter cold. First thing you notice is that you take a deep breath in, and it is no longer the dense, humid, hot jungle air you were breathing. It is
regret
without moisture, and it is like 18 degrees, and there is a strong wind. As you kind of look around, you can see that in front of your faces, kind of facing the mountainside, there is a descending tunnel into the stone. It's very wide. It's like 40 feet wide. It's big, arched. It's kind of like going through Grand Central Station or like the Capitol building. But behind you and on your left and right, you see these big columns of stone holding up a big arched sort of cathedral roof overhead. And out beyond them is just a big open parapet with a balcony about 3 feet high and just Shiver Peak Mountains. In the late afternoon sun.
This was a bad idea, Galatar. I forgot that's where this was.
Look at all the stuff around. They've got so much knowledge here, Alex. It's never a bad time to come.
Stop for brunch.
I am not dressed for this. It's very aerating.
She left her swimsuit at home. Her ski suit.
Little snowflake lands on Brina's nose.
Well, before we go back, because I can teleport us right now, but
I can teleport right now. It's fucking freezing.
Yeah. Do you think the Diamond Priory would have any has anyone ever researched the Maguuma at all?
I think everything that they have, the Pact already's got.
Okay. Alright, let's go back then.
Is there anybody out here looking at us weird or?
There are people kind of around. There are a couple of what look like Norn merchants that have set up little pull carts with small canopies at the extremes, near the pillars, sort of anchored to them so the wind doesn't catch them, blow them away. You see some dried salted meat on one.
Kala starts to wander away.
Another one's got root vegetables. They kind of gave you a sidelong look, but two of them are talking to each other. A couple of them are just standing, arms crossed against their chest, kind of leaning against the pillars. One's got a mug of ale in a hand and one hand on his hips, just drinking.
The vibe is not my problem.
There are a couple of Priory Magisters just walking around. There's a couple of humans, a couple of Azura. There's just one really that's sort of standing in the beginning of this massive tunnel that leads down into the mountain, who kind of sees you all, does a double take, and then just counts you. You see him moving his finger as he counts. And you see him think really hard, and then he goes, and he just sort of waves, he's like, I get it.
Oh right, he only counts 5.
Yeah.
He's gone.
He does, but he recognizes you based on the count.
That's funny.
He's gone.
As you guys sit
That's
there
the way you yell.
and debate where to go,
He's
someone else walks
dead.
up behind him. It's just you see them talking, and the new guy points over to you, and he goes, and he holds up 6, and then the guy says something back, and the other guy goes, just shrugs his arms.
Why, Bernie?
But we're down there complaining about how fucking cold it is.
Alexa's sitting there shivering
Yeah.
in her little robe.
I think it feels nice after being in the desert.
I got to say, this is pretty
I
refreshing.
can see your point.
It's bitter cold.
Desert is rough when you don't sweat.
The desert is lovely when you want fresh skin.
Guys, I'm enjoying this breeze as much as the next guy, but we should probably tell Keith what we saw.
Yeah, we need to update Bertie and message Chahern anyway.
Yeah.
I could cut some diamonds when we get back to. Good God, let's go.
Get you a jacket, buddy.
Yeah, let's get you better wardrobe. Okay, Galatar will pull out the stone from his pocket in his robe and teleport us back to our base.
Roll a d6 to see if you pull the right stone.
I labeled them all. Joke's on you.
Now there's the familiar sort of kaleidoscopic shift in your vision and that unsettling dropping sensation in your stomach, but you end up appearing back in camp with a puff. Bertie is sitting there with a glass of wine in one hand,
You
feet
said you
propped
didn't
up on
bring
a
any.
rock, clearly expounding on some important philosophical concept. Kaith is sort of sitting on the opposite side of the cold fire pit. There's no fire. And she's just sort of sitting on a stump.
I run
arms,
to the fire.
like held together on her knees. She's just like staring into the emptiness over the fire. You guys appear and yeah.
I was gonna say I'll druid craft us a fire when we get there.
Yeah, you guys appear and Kaith raises up her eyes and sees you all. Oh, thank God.
They've
Welcome
never
back.
said that before.
It seems you're safe. See? Excellent. Wonderful.
It's really cold. It was really cold.
Joyful. What?
So much warmer now.
Cold.
Bertie, you told me you didn't bring any wine.
What wine?
Mm-hmm.
You told us to bring you
Wine.
back wine.
Yay!
Because I was going to be out. Clearly.
Oh my gosh.
Did you?
No.
I guess we
Oh,
could have.
Unthoughtful.
That was an oops.
Yeah, that is on us. We did stop somewhere. There would have been wine.
Have more important things at hand. Anyways, so the dragon has like friends, or he's a king.
There's a birthing tree.
There's a tree with the eggs. Someone else has to explain this.
You're on mute.
Basically, lot of enemies to fight us, and also all of your Nightmare Court people that seem real bad. Turns out they've morphed into super large Brina-sized creatures with very sharp axes.
Yeah,
So not good.
they've turned into dragon minions now. They've been
Yeah.
planted.
Also, it
It's not,
turns
it's
out
not a great word.
Yes, we're going to have to workshop that.
Yeah, because
I
it's like
that
like it.
notion.
they come out of the plant.
Corrupted, I think.
Corrupted. Yeah.
Hmm.
Blighted.
Ooh, blighted is good.
Ooh,
That's pretty good, yeah.
Blighting tree.
I'm smart. No, but I am very nervous. about
That
all
is
this.
better than the giving tree.
Yeah, they've also got a very uniform army now that's very well prepared, seems to be marching in order. Oh, and any tree could potentially be an evil death tree that is corrupted by draconic magic. So that's super fun.
Right, I really wish there was a way we could like synchronize memories. This would be so much easier to explain the crazy bullshit that we just saw.
Oh yeah, as we're explaining it, I guess Galatar, he has minor illusion. He can create just like a statuette sort of image of some of the creatures and things to at least give Kaith and Bertie a visual idea of what they look like.
Yeah, and we did not see the dragon.
No, but they were doing some sorts of chanting ritual thing as the tree was like beating in time with the chant. This is very concerning.
That is very disturbing. Well, I imagine the rest of the soldiers will join us here shortly. We must be sure we tell Trahan everything. I don't like the sound of this blighting tree. And it's curious that he's transforming other members of the Nightmare Court into things more human than he did Fowlin. Perhaps that was a twisted reward of her own devising. She just looks troubled for a moment. In any case, it seems you've had an eventful day. Perhaps it would be best if we got some shut-eye. Traherne messaged me, briefly, about an hour ago. They've reached the head of the tunnel. They should be here by morning. She just kind of sits down and puts her fingers in a steeple, rests her chin on them, and gets very silent and contemplative.
Yes, before you contemplate too hard, they referred to Mordremoth as the Ancient in the land. A lot of chanting. Does that strike any memories or recognition for you?
I've never heard the phrase myself. Although, being an elder dragon, it is, of course, a very ancient creature, thousands of years old.
I've heard it before, but it was like a crossover episode kind of thing. Alternate universe. Not important. Anyway.
And it is the dragon of the jungle. Perhaps it's meant metaphorically. If its dominion is over the growing things of the earth, which it seems, based on your tree blight story, perhaps that's what they mean. I don't like it. It will be good when the Pact arrives. I think we can convince Traherne to go in force, push his way in quickly, end this threat before it grows any greater.
That might be the hard part. It's not going to be easy for the Pact to get there.
I don't imagine it would be.
2 weeks, maybe more, on foot. That's not accounting for any hostile, yes, on the way. And it seems like they are also very, based on the way they were talking, they all seemed like whatever they had been preparing for was imminent. So we may not be in a very good position.
Well, at the very least, they know for sure that we're here. Not like here, but they know that there's someone knocking on their door.
Well, I don't know if there's any way we could really avoid that.
We were gonna knock eventually.
Yeah, and I guess the only other thing that could be really problematic for the Pact forces beyond just the length and all the obstacles that way is that, like, I mean, their base that they've got there is pretty defensible itself. It's going to be hard for us to make much inroads against it.
I mean, we have ways. And I prestidigitate some fire.
We should talk to Traherne, because I'm not a strategist, but if they're planning on coming to us, I don't know.
It's true, fighting them in the jungle may be a worse idea because we're on their turf. It's a lot easier to pick out evil trees if they're standing in a bunch of gravel.
Possibly.
I don't necessarily think that they are coming to attack us, though. It seems like they might have some other agenda that, regardless of us being there or not, they're trying to complete. And I guess the other tricky bit is, because we didn't confirm if Mordremoth was there or not, we could go in and be attacking that place and actually not be able to take care of the evil that we came to take care of.
You're
Granted,
not
he
wrong.
would be, his forces would be weakened, but it would be a great blow to the Pact, I think, to go through all of this without coming out of it successful.
Agreed. I think your people, and she gestures to Alexa and Kala, probably be quite useful in helping us forge a path through the jungle. My brothers and sisters are somewhat averse to deforestation, but the Char are legendary for it. No offense intended. And the Sura are, of course, ingenious in their innovations. I'm sure we can come up with something to make the trip as easy as possible, given the terrain. And the airships should help. At the very least, they should be able to help scout out the fastest, easiest path, although looking down on the canopy, I imagine, is difficult, as Galata has described. I'm confident, though, with the strength of arms at our back, we'll be able to forge a path quickly towards any given destination.
Well, and the map that Galatar absolutely, I'm sure, drew the whole time we were walking.
I mean, it's rough. Also, our starting point's not definitive, so it doesn't really help unless you just kind of teleport. It's more like I tried to kind of sketch out the direction of the creek.
I have to give you that. That is a rough starting point.
Yeah, I mean, I can teleport people, so we can absolutely, they can use it, but it's only like 7 people at a time.
I'm sure we'll be able to think of something. We have some of the most brilliant tacticians in the world coming to join us in the morning. I'm feeling better about this.
How quickly can we transport via plants? I mean, I know I'm capable of doing that. I don't know how many others are, but if a lot of people could run through a tree.
But if you ready in action.
I don't know that we have as many powerful casters as it would take to move the entire armed forces. And I don't think a Char siege engine would fit through a tree.
It'd fit through the one we saw.
Although, there's also, you must consider the supply lines. If this is going to be a long campaign into the jungle, we'll have to maintain some sort of connection with this camp that we'll build here. I don't know. Perhaps I could stay back here and help them organize such a thing.
Yeah,
We'll
I
see.
think whatever we do, it's long term. This is not something we're gonna do in a weekend.
Yes, it won't be a quick operation.
No, I'm worried that this operation, if we're not careful, will turn into a Pyrrhic victory.
That is always a risk. But we must move forward some point.
At the time.
That's much to think on. She sits down and thinks.
Well, who wants to eat?
At this point, the sunlight is starting to fade. It kind of gets dark in the canyon a little earlier anyway, because the way the hills are, the cliffs are. Yeah, you've done a long day of work. Is there anything you would like to accomplish before we head to bed? And we'll probably call it here tonight.
I don't think so.
Oh, I do want to take some time to like sketch out some of the creatures that we saw and like make some notes about them so that I can give them to Traherne and the Pact leadership tomorrow.
Absolutely. Some pictures of the tree guys with their weird veins and that ability.
Yeah, and like notes on you can identify them through like large pustules and like the green sort of vines that seem to run through.
The Mordremoth wolves.
Rena's gonna do some conscious thinking about any time she's had to fight somebody who wields axes.
Yeah.
Prepping
Yeah.
for
Study up.
combat.
Study up if necessary.
Rock on. All right. Well, with that, we will say that you do get a long rest. Nothing untoward happens in the night. I will say that tonight you get a full rest, but you all sleep kind of fitfully. Thinking about what's happened is a little disturbing, and also in the anticipation of the Pact getting to you and things finally kind of kicking off for reals. Your special operation to forge a path through the Silver Wastes and do a little recon has come to its conclusion.
I think it was pretty damn good.
It was honestly far more productive than I expected.
Yeah, that was a lot of last minute on the fly prep today.
Oh,
Very well done.
yeah,
Thank
that
you.
I could not have told. That
I was like,
very well
damn, how
done.
did Brian figure this out?
Like he knew we were gonna do this? Wild.
It helps having played the game and having a lot of built-in backstory information. I will stop the recording here.